Alrighty, looks like we are live. Should be good to go here in a minute. Just gonna check the usual technical bits and then we will get going. Welcome in, welcome in. Good to see you. Alrighty, we'll get the chat where it needs to be. Where is my chat? What the hell? Hang on. Something broke. Usual. I check everything and then something breaks. Ain't that about a bitch? Technical difficulties. Give me a moment. Let's see. Okay, no, not that. Clicked the wrong thing. Okay, so I think there we go. I don't know why that was doing that. There we go. Maybe it's because I had to have the whole thing up. I don't know. Hey guys, you're the Rager. Hope you're having a fantastic day, and welcome back to what should be the end of my little universe. I reinstalled Marvel Rivals because they're one, I haven't played it in a bit, so I'm probably gonna pick that back up again, play a little bit. See if the settering's been fixed. And then they're also giving away a free like costume token for an event thing. You just log in, do some daily stuff like every day for like a week, and it's not like a login reward. You have daily things of like, oh, complete matches in a day, right? Basically, so it encourage you to play the game. So it's not, they don't just hand it to you, but I mean, you want to play the game anyway, so it's like, probably do it. Just get the Punisher 2099 skin. That's a pretty good skin. Anywho, we're back with My Little Universe. We're on Aegium, so we will get that going in just a second here. Tired today. I had to take some sleeping medicine last night because I just could not get to sleep, and gotta get sleepy. It's okay. Waking up early tomorrow though. Let's see. Put that down. Yeah, it's checking usual things. Come on, hurry up. Got places to be. Trying to get all this done. I don't have anywhere to be other than asleep, but I can't go to sleep now because, I still feel tired because I don't take sleeping stuff that often. That's when I do. Yeah, we're 92% complete. We are. It's fucking close. It's so wild because... Okay, so the playtime is 7 hours, but Steam says, like, 30? I guess it's just counting, like, not... Like, Steam is counting when the game's been open, so that includes all the times I, like, stop and go look at something, so it's accumulating those as hours. Not to mention, it might have rolled in from the demo, so if it did that, then, yeah, there was, like... Well, in the demo, we only played, like, an hour. So, I don't know. Kind of a disconnect there, but... I guess that's more of a score timer of how long to beat by, like, opening up certain things. How much the content have you done. It's, like, supposed to be 8 hours of the thing. I don't know. Don't know. Don't care. Moving on. Okay, we need some kind of bronze or copper. Okay, that's new. Right, what about our armor? The armor's also that. Club, also that. Okay, so we can't even upgrade our stuff. We're maxed right now. We have to go get new resources from... somewhere. I think we were supposed to be going this way, right? Let's see. Yeah, there was salt area over here we're supposed to be going to. And I gotta get the key from this guy. Okay. So we need to get some slabs. Okay, what does the monkey guy want for the slabs? Shut up, phone. Ow. Phone out here trying to get me killed with the fucking notifications. But, ooh, the entropy center's on sale. Alright, fine, cool. I don't freaking care. Okay. What do you want? You want salt and beans. I assume these are some sort of bean. They look like bean sprouts, you know. You got the vibe. Alright. We need 6 for him, so 6 times 60. 360. Oof. Gonna be a lot. Yeah, it's not that hard to get. Okay. So we got 360? No, we got 280. Thought I had 3. Okay, 360. So now you want salt to go with that. You need 15 apiece, so that's 15 times 6. 90? Yeah, should be 90. No, wait. Oh, it's 5 apiece. Oh, okay, well, I'm a dumbass. I was looking at the max rate, but that's alright. We'll probably need some anyway, so we'll just make 18. Yep. Probably need some more of that later. This guy gives me the key to something. Yeah, that just opens this up, so you don't have to walk all the way around. Oh, there's some guards here now. Look at them. Little dudes, I like that. Little guard dudes, their hats and their swords. Alright. Why is my phone making noise now with notifications? I thought I had notifications down. Because it makes a little doo-doo noise. I don't need that, you know? Notification volume down. I don't know why. I swear I set that to down. There we go. Yeah, okay. Pop time. Bing. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Like, low-key, I want this game to be over very quickly. Like, I want this to only be like a 3-hour stream, which is up. It won't be. It'll take like 4 or 5 hours, I'm sure. Oh, now we can make slabs on this planet, you fucks. Well, that means we're gonna need them somehow. Okay. Alright. Yeah, that gives me the key for this. Oh, they're blocking the path. I have to actually build it now. Yeah, now they'll go away. That's neat. Oh, the wall got upgraded. Cool. Now it's standing on top of the wall. Nice. Oh shit, I'm gonna run out of greens here, aren't I? Yeah, probably. Oh, no. We're on to... Excuse you? That takes how much to mine? Oh my god, it's only worth... There better be more of this, like, immediately. Oh, the respawn rate on this is ass, bro. Okay, thank god, there's more. Yeah, I'm just gonna wait for them all to come back. Hit them with the power strike. That way they're all in the same harvest rate. There we go. Come on. build whatever the hell this is gonna be. Let's see. Oh, that's where we can make the bronze. Okay. Now we can start upgrading exceedingly slowly. Oh wow, you can trade wood for stone. 10 to 1, so every... Yeah, that's hardwood for stone. Stone I can easily get on Windroom. Why the hell would I want that exchange rate? Like, ever. That just seems pretty silly. So our maximum harvest rate right now is like fucking, what, 8? Because he's times 2. That's brutal. That's actually brutal. Yeah, I definitely got to get way more of these nodes going, because right now it's a pain in the ass. Okay, we now up to 10 per harvest. That's not awful. I just hope the bars don't take a lot. I mean, obviously the first one I want to upgrade is the pick, but... Oh, God. Okay, so 1 harvest is worth 2 bars, essentially. And I need how many bars, bro? Wait, how many do I need to upgrade my tools? Like, 20... It's 27, right? Oh, and on top of that, you need the bronze, too? You need raw bronze and bronze. So that's like 120 by 10. So right now, if I want to do this right now, it would take like 14 harvests just to make the smelt, just to smelt the bar. And then the 120, yeah, that'd be like 12 right there. So it's over 20 harvests I would have to do to get this thing to work. Oh yeah, I gotta spend, I'm not even gonna try to do that. I'm just gonna keep opening these up until I get enough. Don't stop thinking enough. Right here, that's worth 10. This is worth, like, 6, I want to say. So now we're up to 16. Not too bad, but if we could just get a mine where they're all clustered together and actually worth it. These are shitty deposits. Okay, we gotta make us a bar. Luckily, we only need 2 for the bar. I'm gonna get a couple extra anyway. And bam, there we go. 2 bars. Oh, you need 5 for the bar. Okay, my math is off. Alright, cool. There's a spot for metal here. That works. Oh, good. Back to the trees. Need 240. I have a sneaking suspicion I'm gonna need more than that, so I'm just gonna harvest over here for a bit. Oh, these guys are jade. Oh, cool. Didn't realize, yeah, it's like the green gem. What is that supposed to be, anyway? Because I get these dragons are supposed to be jade, but... They're supposed to be jade, but they're made out of uranium. Okay. That's not confusing at all. What the fuck? Okay, whatever. Ah, see? I told you. I told you it was going to need more wood. Oh, we're going towards some kind of island over there. An archipelago, perhaps. There we go. Okay, I don't need that. I need the regular bits. Am I hitting that all the way out there? Oh, well, I'll be damned. I was hitting that. Cool. That's a good harvest spot. More tweez! Actually, just watched a video before stream of a, I found this new channel last night, got recommended to me. This guy that goes around, basically touring the, you know, get like behind the scenes touring of like, what's like the day in the life of an average like Japanese worker, like what do they, you know, what do they do in a day, right? And so the first one I watched was a hardware store, and then the one today was a guy that works making Isuzu trucks. So, you know, he's like on the assembly line but he's not like a grunt guy. He's like a captain, higher up guy. So he still works on the line. It's just that he works on a certain part. Like he's supposed to be overseeing it, but today somebody had like called out, so they weren't able to, you know. So he had to jump on the line, and I'm like, oh, okay, cool. So he knows how to jump on the line like that, you know, which makes sense. You know, you gotta know the machine inside and out. Right? But it was all very organized and tidy and whatnot. Seemed to be a long shift, but you know, at least then the pay might be decent. But just look at the way they work over there, and I'm like, damn, like everything makes a lot more sense, you know. It's like it's such a weird, like, shitty cultural thing too, because I look at the way they do their stuff, and there are like every culture has its downfalls, right? Everybody has their own like things that they're not great at. So for the Japanese, I do think there is a problem with work-life balance overall. You know, especially like the whole salaryman thing. I think that's fucking atrocious. Like they do seem a bit overworked, but their actual work ethic is fantastic, and it's not even because they're scared to get fired. It's because they want to do the job right. You know, they do the job right. The company looks good. The company ideally doesn't fire you. Meanwhile, in America, there are no labor protections or anything at all. So it's like, yeah, we'll just throw you out. Whatever. It's like, okay, cool. So, oh, this person's worked here for 20 years. Well, the company's downsizing. Fuck you. Like, what? You know? And there's no, like, you know, yeah, it's just that, yeah, I don't know, the whole thing. I think the whole world right now is going through the labor crisis. You know, there's like this thing of, why the fuck are we even doing all this work, you know? Because we don't need to do all this work, by the way. Like, it's made up bullshit work. Like, if you work in a service industry or building something or whatever, like dealerships, right? Look at dealerships. So dealerships, they get a bunch of trucks in, right? So car manufacturers make trucks, and then they send them to the dealership. They price these things. These things are way too expensive to build. So instead of building a thing that's priced adequately and will run with little maintenance for the next, 20 years, they instead do planned obsolescence. So what they do is they jack up the rate. They want you paying for they don't want you paying for the thing outright. They want you on a payment plan so that they can get you to pay for that forever. And then when the new model comes out, they want you to trade in your old model, right? And then what do? They take your old model, which still should be running just fine. You know, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. They look it over, and they make sure it's in working order. And then what? Then they give it to some guy. Are we fighting monkeys? Oh yeah, we're doing monkey stuff. Okay. There's a wolf. But no, it's just silly. It's like you price people out on a product, and then you wonder why they can do anything. Like, at least in Japan, there's a thing of like, okay, well, yeah, it sucks. You might have to ride the train or whatever, but at least that's fair. You know, it's a good, efficient thing that you have. Because again, you cannot screw around with, a country of what? There's like 500 million people in Japan or something like that. It's like you have like Tokyo, right? It's like, okay, my state, for instance, the entire state of Florida averages around 20 million, like it's somewhere around 20 million inhabitants, right? In Tokyo alone, I think it's like 10 million or something. It's like, I don't know. Oh, these come back? That's fucking lame. Okay. I need to stop yapping and kill this guy. There you go. Monkeys! Ah! Evil monkeys! Fuck you, monkey. Beat the monkey with a stick. Hell yeah. There's tiger. Yeah, there's at least some sort of infrastructure to it, right? Like, you would think, I live next to the city, right? Like, I live next to a major city in, in my area, in my state, whatever. I have to make planks, by the way. So we're not going to make any progress here if I don't go make planks. But you would think, oh, okay, I'm not living in fucking Manhattan, but at the same time, it's like, all right, well, even in a big city in America, everything is still based around cars. There's like even cities where it's like, oh, you should be able to walk to your work or walk to the store or something, or even be able to take the train across town and like there are places in Japan, right? And China, this extends to China and Korea as well. They have pretty interesting infrastructure. There are disparate locations in Japan which are still connected to rail lines and still have trains run out to them, right? So you can just hop that fucking train, and it's so efficient that a lot of these trains, they'll get to their destination in about 5 minutes, you know? They'll zoom off and be like, oh, you're leaving the city? Okay, cool. We know there's nothing in the way, there's no reroutes or anything, you know, so we'll just throw open the throttle, and it just goes whoo, across the entire, you know, place in like an hour. It's like, I can't get across my, like, to get to the top of my state from the middle of my state takes over an hour. To get across the entirety of my state from top to bottom, right? Even the shortest way, like if you were to go from one coast to the other, it would still take you like 2 hours. That's just one state in America, and Florida's not even one of the biggest states, right? Like, you could drive for like 8 hours in Texas and you're still in Texas, right? It's wild. You know? And like, again, it's the being able to pop down to the shop or whatever, right? Or like get to work. Like the guy in the video, he was, you know, the guy in the video, the guy making the trucks, right? In that video, he was living, he lives like, they say, oh, it's like a 25-minute walk. I know how long that is. You don't even need to know kilometers or whatever, because I know how long it takes to actually walk about 25 minutes. If you walk for about 25 minutes, you're going to go about a mile up the road, right? That takes about 25 minutes, half hour, depends on your pace, right? Now, it could be that he walks faster, but, you know, I can't see, you know, doing that as like, oh yeah, I'm going to walk there in 25 minutes. Like, you might as well bite the bullet and just grab a taxi if you're going to have to power walk 25 minutes. But it keeps you healthy, you know, it keeps you on your toes and all that. But yeah, no, it's like, I should not have to, like, that I think is the upper limit, right? The absolute upper limit for working should be, okay, you living so far away that you gotta take the train or something, it's like, Jesus Christ, that's messed up, you know? Especially if it's a big company. If it's like a mom and pop store you're working at, like, okay, I can understand that, but you would think that they would also be providing housing for the guy. Like, okay, well, you're gonna work for us a while, yeah? Okay. So, you know, you work for us, and then while you're working for us, here's a small cubicle, or whatever. Not a cubicle, but like an apartment right next to the place that's like purpose-built for people that work in that area. Not just one company. It could be like, okay, here's purpose-built, here's the, you know, this whole apartment complex is the only stipulation for living there is that you have to work at one of the businesses within a mile radius of that place, right? So that you can always get to work, you know, even if, like, yeah. In America, it's like, oh, you don't have a car? Go fuck yourself. You can't afford a taxi? Go fuck yourself. Like, oh, okay, cool, I'll just die, you know? That's the thing that's hindering me right now, and I gotta fix that this year, is like, I was actually gearing up to do it before I, you know, got unemployed 2 months ago. I still do not have my driver's license. Things happened in my adolescence, and now I just got to get on it later on adult life. But I was studying for it and everything. Like I have flashcards. I've read over the handbook like 3 times. Like, so I can actually take the test and just go, okay, yeah, let me get at least to get my restricted. You know, it makes sense. Like, okay, get the restricted, drive on that for about a year, then go take the regular test and prove that, yeah, I know how to handle the vehicle. You know, and I don't have to worry so much about it. But it's just like, Jesus Christ, man. What is the... Also, I leveled up a while ago. I should check this. Ooh, sword area. Yeah, that'd be a good one. Actually, no, I got rid of sword area, didn't I? I don't know. What's sword area now? Pretty good. Yeah, it is kind of good, but I'm still looking for better ones. Not that it matters for any fucking game today. It's just, if I get another level up during the stream, I want a better thing. We're just waiting on the planks now, so you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to mine some of these and make some ingots real quick. But yeah, it's just that thing. It's like, wouldn't it make more sense? Like, there was something in the video that I really, really liked, and they had a thing where the guys had, like, their own cafeteria in the factory that they'd go to. It's like, that just makes sense. Like, it's the practice of, like, offering food. Like, not that they have to use the cafeteria and they're not allowed to leave. It's like, yeah, you can go off-site to go on your lunch break, but you might as well just, you know, get it here, because it's here, it's cheap, it's nutritious. Like, I look at the food, it's crazy, because I look at that food and I'm thinking, how many guys have a break room, right, from all these companies in America? They'll give you, like, a break room, but there's, you know, you gotta bring your own lunch. It's like, okay, wait, so I'm working for you, and I'm working my ass off for you, and you can't even buy me lunch? Cock sucker. It's alright, we didn't need fireproof that much anyway. Bullshit. But yeah, no, I'm looking at that thinking, like, that's not the idea of having a company, especially when you have a big company. Like, they were saying that it's a thing in Japan that you have companies that are, you know, if they're under, like, 300 employees, they're, like, companies that have under 300 employees in that demographic, they still, like, 25% of them will still bother to make, like, a cafeteria or something on site so their guys are able to access that. And then there's, like, if you go, and then when you go over 300 employees, so when you get a pretty decent-sized business, it's not uncommon, like it's like 48%, I think they said? 48%. So basically half, if you work at a big company in Japan, then you have a 50-50 chance of that company having on-site nutritious meals. Like, that just makes fucking sense, right? Like, I come from a rural area, right? So the idea of, like, okay, we're gonna do our work, and then when we take a break, we're gonna eat, right? You wake up, you do your work, you eat, right? You know, that's why back in my old job, and it's gonna be the same in my new job, is, you know, because it's the same job, basically, just different company. And the thing I would do is I would just come in, I'd have maybe something small for breakfast, just so I'm not, you know, like you wake up hungry, it's like you need something. You know, I have, like, granola bar or something, or, like, a very simple, like, sausage and pancakes, something light to where I'm not packing too many calories in, because I'm going to eat, like, halfway through my shift anyway, so I might as well just wait and do that. So I would just go in, and then I'd work a good, you know, I'd get all my tasks done over the next, you know... Hang on. Let's see. Alrighty, we returned. Apologies for the hiatus. Getting announcements of things. Don't want those on my Discord. Come on. Get the notification away. Discord's been buggy with the notification thing lately. There we go. It's red. Alright. We're back, boys. We're back in this bitch. Okay. I'm still waiting on the planks. No, I got the planks. Okay. We got the planks. We got the planks. Alright. We need some ingots and some more planks. Good God. What's with the freaking planks, man? Okay, we need some ingots there, too. So we need 7 ingots and several more planks. Fuck you, monkey. No. Bad monkey. There we go. I got caught talking to the roommate for a minute. Apologies. How long were we talking for? I don't even know. I know we were going over some stuff. It was probably like 15 minutes. 15, 20 minutes, something like that. I mean, that's the thing. When you start talking to people, you forget, like, what you're doing, basically. Because there's no clock on people's faces. That's the thing. I completely forgot the conversation, by the way. I think it is a cultural thing. Yeah, I think we were talking about, like, working and stuff. Yeah, I don't know. It's just one of those things I look at. I'm like, yeah, people should have pride in their work, and they should be paid honestly for their work, and that's, you know, where we're at right now with the world. The world's kind of having growing pains of post-capitalism, because we've achieved a point of productivity where we actually don't need to be this productive for the world to function anymore. Like, we already do enough things. We already do enough to, you know, do the whole food, water, shelter thing. We've done that already. The problem now is that a bunch of people have that tied up in their commerce, and so they want to control that forever, right? They want you to rent. They want you to own nothing, you know? Because if you own something, then you don't need a thing. So, like, I have a DVD collection, right? Or I'll go use, like, my big thing right now, like, or not right now, but just, like, in general, I'll use, like, Tubi a lot. Like, because I've been watching Doctor Who on there, and that's the whole old series of Doctor Who's on there. I've been watching that. Before that, I would watch other things, and that's the first thing I check. I don't even, like, my folks, they pay for Hulu or whatever, right? But I don't even go on there anymore, unless there's something that I look up, like, hey, where could I watch this? And it, you know, only appears on one of those services they already use. So I kind of mooch off them. But I don't even use it that much for it to be mooching, you know? It's just one of those things, like, yeah, why would I even, I don't know, the whole thing. Get that done, go get some planks made. Where's me planks? Okay, no, the plank cereal. Yeah, it's just, you know, that's just the way the world is, you know. It's gonna change. It has to change. We literally can't continue this. It's not a sustainable... Capitalism has never been a sustainable system, right? That's why the era we're in always gets referred to as late-stage capitalism. Things ebb and flow, right? Like certain things. So agriculture, for instance, that is an ongoing process. That will always be an industry that always exists. There must always be a way to generate nutrition for the human body to consume, right? But the way in which you disperse that will change around it. So it used to be, hey, everybody in the village grows the food, everybody eats, everybody works, you know? So everybody starts sharing and being part of the village, right? But they wouldn't spend their entire fucking day, like, farming. They would get done at a certain point doing their farming stuff, and they're like, okay, now what can we do? And then, you know, you'd have guys, like, say, hey, if you do all the like, if you're like, okay, well, I need to do some of the farm stuff, and you need to do some of the farm stuff, but then the things kind of morphed over time and became, well, what if you do all the farm stuff, and I do some pottery and stuff, or I do the housing stuff? I'll build the house while you build the farm. You know, you do the farming, and you can dedicate yourself to that. To go back to the thing we were talking about before, the efficiencies in the system and all that, the Japanese video, it was really neat, because I looked at it, I'm like, yeah, this makes perfect sense of every guy on the assembly line. That's why assembly lines are a beautiful thing, and I wish more things were structured like an assembly line. And it's why I didn't mind working at Goodwill when I did, because everything was structured. It was, you didn't worry about somebody else's thing, you worried about your own thing, right? That's the problem with Walmart, right? You go into Walmart and the guy running the register might not even be, like, supposed to be doing the register. He might be, like, they do a lot of cross-training. So it's like, hey, anybody can fill in everywhere. Okay, well, now you're paying for somebody to one day they'll act as a cashier, the other day they'll act as they'll do a bunch of different stuff that maybe they're not even prepped for, right? So that might be a problem. And so if they're not in the groove of something, if they're not good at that thing, now you just got somebody dicking around with something that they maybe don't know the ins and outs of. We need milk and cookies. What the fuck do you need milk and cookies? You're a fish. Yeah, whatever. But yeah, I don't know, it's just one of those things, like, it just makes sense that on an assembly line, you gotta assemble all this stuff, cool. And then you don't even have guys, like, inspecting their own work. It's just, do the work, make sure it's done right, and then at the end of the line, you have the inspectors doing their inspector thing, right? So the inspectors just sit there, and their one job is to go and look over everything, check everything, right? And then if something doesn't pass inspection, then you call out the guy who messed it up and say, okay, here's where you've screwed it up, here's how to unscrew it, right? You know, so long as it's not, hey, somebody got killed from your screw up. Like, that's where, that's the kind of job you can't screw up is, you know, as long as you can fix the problem, screw up as much as you want, right? Because you're only going to screw it up once, right? And that's my thing as well is, yeah, I'm not going to get it right. Nobody's going to get it right 100% of the time. I shoot for like 80% maybe, you know, 75, 80% of like, okay, I'd like to get good at doing this thing. Let me do it and not fuck it up, right? And so as long as you can have a success rate of 75 or 80% initially, right? But then you have a 100% rate of not, like you have a 0% recidivism rate, which is recidivism coming from, you know, you usually hear that word in conjunction with prisons, right? Recidivism is when you go to prison, you get punished for a crime, and then you get out and you offend again and you do the same crime, right? Or you do some other, like you do, in general, you just do crime again. You didn't actually learn a lesson, you just go right back into prison. It's, in America, recidivism is high because our prisons are just places to put people that we don't want to think about, you know? It doesn't actually rehabilitate anybody, it doesn't fix anybody when they're in there. They just go, stick them in there, they'll figure it out. It's like, well, take a damn chill pill, bud. Right? Okay, get through all this. Try and build this up a little. There's the cookies. We can do 2, we need 3. See, this is the good area. This is where I would want to be. I can chunk out like 10 at a time here. Need a good chunk of them. Yeah, see, this is where you want to be for the thing, because I think I could hit all of them, actually. Yeah, look at that. Beautiful. Yeah, that's just the way I view it. You know, Goodwill, same thing. It's like you have the door attendant, and you have the pricing guy, you have the textiles, it's a whole different department, right? So when you're a door attendant, when you're sorting things, you don't even touch the clothes. You don't even think about the clothes. You take, oh, somebody's got a bag of clothes. Okay, you take that bag, you tear it open, you dump all those clothes into a big bin that gets pushed over to the textile guys. And then their entire job all day is simply look at the textiles, enter them in the system, get a price tag for it, and then you put them all on a rack, you push that rack outside because you're textiles, right? And there might be other guys who are, you know, the floor guys. The floor guys are, you know, you got your clerks, right? The clerks are cross-trained to do inventory as well. So after you sort everything and it gets a sticker, instead of the sticker, you know, yeah, they'll jump off to go put something on a shelf real quick. It happens, you know. Departments might do that just to move it to the floor. But the idea is that the, you know, the guys are just taking it from the back, putting it in the front, you know. It's just one of those things, like, yeah, that just makes sense to run it that way. Things should be more in an assembly line of everybody has their place, you know, everybody, you don't cross the streams. Everybody has their job, and they get really good at doing that one thing that they're good at doing. Now, obviously, you want to teach them other things. You want them to understand every job so that you can, you know, best do your job, because you understand how it might impact somebody. So in the back of your brain, you're thinking, oh, I can't leave this like this. I need to get it set up for the next guy. Like, for instance, the computer in the video. There's like a work computer for the guy in the video, and because he's like a captain of the team, he's like a middle management type of, not a middle manager. He's a like I say, the title is captain, so he's a captain of his team. So he takes care of his team, and his team takes care of the assembly stuff. But he's working on the back end doing some paperwork and stuff as well. And the idea is to have everything set and ready for the next shift, right? So when he gets there, there's 2 different laptops. There's like one for him on his shift, one for the other shift, right? So he takes the laptop, he unplugs it, puts it away in a drawer, takes out the other one from the same drawer, and sets it up for the guy so that when the next guy gets in, he doesn't have to worry about it, and vice versa. After that guy finishes, he puts it back the way it was. You just always put things back where they were. I would get really fucking annoyed whenever I would go into my previous job and something had been moved, right? Because the brooms would somehow find themselves switched every damn day that I went in there, right? If it was like, I would go in there and nobody could understand that I kept putting the brooms back in a very specific way. Like, it's not in a, like, oh, it has to be just right, lined up with the wall type way. It's like, no. Broom on left, dustpan on right, leaning up against this shelf. And I would always put them back in exactly that spot. And then when people use them, they put them back. They might put the broom over the dustpan, or they might put the dustpan and the broom in switch positions, or they might flip the dustpan up and do it. I'm like, guys, no, just leave it the fuck alone. There's nothing wrong with it, And the reason I would keep the broom in the front, by the way, is because the people before I started working there, they had a habit of leaving it in the back, which is what caused 3 of those brooms and shit to break on me, and I had to go get a new one because it's like, oh, okay, no, it's fine. It's a plastic liner around a metal tube for this broom. It's a cheapy broom, fine. Well, no, it's not fine, because unless the entire thing is made out of plastic, it will be eroded away by sitting next to the sink, because the floor sink, where you would pour out the mop water, there's humidity in the air there because you're pouring out water there. Yes, it goes down the drain, but there's still splashback, whatever. That causes oxidation, right? So water causes wood to rot and metal to oxidize and become rusted, and that can weaken the structure. It doesn't even take much. It does not take much for it to be weakened all the way. It could just get fucked up, and it's so just, oh my god, it's awful. Just fucking crazy is what it is. But yeah, that's the thing, is you want to keep things the way they are, Keep things organized. Right? That's why at my work, what was the first thing I did? What was the very first thing I did? I said, okay, well, I have a lot of time on my hands around here. Why don't I use that time wisely, and I'll be efficient, and I'll make an expiration list for all the stuff on our shelves. That way everything's labeled. We know what day things are going out. Management can take a look at that list and know when we're getting low on something, right? And when we're going to need to by what time we will need to reorder it. And then if you follow that system correctly, if you follow forms paperwork correctly, and keep things stacked with the inventory like that, you're just going to have an efficiently, run place. It's going to be well run. It's going to work. Because that's how it works. Like, duh? Like, I think we have enough cookies for this guy now. Cookies for the fish man. I thought I picked up... Oh, no, I picked up the milk. I need to make, more cookies. What am I missing? I'm missing the rice. Isn't this the rice? Yeah, okay. Take a lot of rice just for one cookie. Do they make rice? I mean, yeah, of course they make rice crackers and stuff. But I don't know if you can make a rice-based cookie. I didn't know if that's a thing. But, yeah. It's just one of those things if I look around, I'm like, damn, America kind of sucks with its work culture. Like, that's the thing that I hate about America. The great thing is that we are all so diverse, right? That we can bring different ideas to the table. And that's great, right? We all bring different ideas. The problem is when you don't tell somebody their idea is stupid, right? You want people to bring you their ideas. You want as many inputs as possible on something, because there might be, even if you have 5 people tell you something that's really dumb, right? And is not going to help you, the 6th person who speaks up might just come up with a clever idea. And it will help you do your work better. Also, we're getting pearls. Oh, this is going to be ultra satisfying. Oh, I can't... Oh, you bastards. I'm swimming around in here. So I can't actually do my super move from there. I need land. That's what I need. I need, get the land up. Because there's, land under me. There was, a little island. Well, maybe I could get it from here. A little bit. Not much. Okay, I can stay on the bottom of the stairs at least, and you want to give it a that. This guy wants 100 just to get the star. Oh god. Buckle in, boys. It's gonna take a while. But yeah, I look around and I'm like, damn, we have no common like everybody's working, but nobody has like a common work ethic. It's a even with franchise, like, okay, businesses, right? Back in the day, Roy Kroc was a hard ass about McDonald's. Everything had to be exactly the same. Nowadays, you go to a McDonald's, there's no standards. There's no standards. You might go to a good location, you might go to a bad location. So yeah, there need to be standards at every single location. Now, it doesn't mean that every location needs to run exactly the same. It just needs to deliver the same. Okay, now we're up here, I guess. Oh, I get it. These don't come back, right? So the water, so I take out enough of these, and that like causes the water level to rise. That's actually clever. So yeah, it's just one of those things. Like, I want everybody to be on that same. Like, I want to go. Honestly, as I said before, let's just go back to the 50s, but without the racism this time. It's really not hard, you know. And does that mean you got to tell some people, hey, no, we're gonna work hard, you know? But we're also gonna work smart, right? You want to work. This is the thing: is the saying is not work smart, not hard. The saying is work smarter, not harder, right? You still need to work hard on things, right? There are some things you'll just have to do hard work. But you can also be efficient and just work smart and have things work that way, too. It's not an issue to say, hey, cashiers in America, right? This is the dumbest thing that could be changed over fucking night and it would make everything better, right? Why in the hell do you need a cashier to stand at work? I'm talking like if you're at Publix, right? Excuse me. If you're at Publix or Walmart or whatever, right? Discount the whole self-checkout thing, right? I think self-checkouts are obviously great, and everybody should just be doing like Aldi, where they don't really need that many cashiers anyway, because everybody just checks themselves out. I think that would work better. But the thing I'm getting at here is, if you go to like Publix, all the cashiers are standing. Why? Why not give them a stool that they can sit on momentarily if they want to like sit for? Because they're not even bagging the groceries. You know, they might be sometimes, but usually they have a bagger. It's like, okay, well, if you have a bagger and you have a clerk, or you have a cashier, why does your guy need to stand up? Oh, because it's like you can't sit down on the job, or whatever. It's like, why not? Why are breaks only like 15 minutes, or maybe you get a half hour for lunch, or like an hour for lunch if you're lucky? Why? Why isn't it just, hey, get all this work done, and then the faster you get this work done, as long as it's, and not just do it fast to do it. They have little tongues. They blow raspberries. I love it. I don't know which ones it is. So it just makes you run around and bop them all. That's fun. That's great. But yeah, it's like, that can be fixed literally overnight. If you have people at a job where there is downtime, oh, well, if you have time to clean, you have time to clean. That's the dumbest fucking phrase I've ever heard. Hire a janitor. Make it the janitor's thing, that he's the one constantly cleaning. Right? And even the janitors and shit, it's like, there's only so much you can do, guys. Like, there's literally only so much you can do to get your job done when you're, like, a clerk or cashier. Because sometimes you'll be really busy. If you're really busy, obviously, don't be sitting down. You're running around doing everything. Right. That's what I did at my last job. At my last job, it was, hey, we got things to do. All right, things are done. Now what? No, now I'm waiting on customers. Not much else to do. I got everything checked off. I kept everything running smoothly. Cool. Efficiency should reward you with downtime. You should have downtime at jobs. There should never be a job where it's 100%. Now, I like to work. I like to be occupied doing things that are necessary for the function of things, right? Like, if I'm doing something, I don't want to look at the clock. I don't just want to clock in and sit there for 8 hours, you know? That'd be stupid. The thing I want to do is do some work and then be done. You know, it's like, some jobs, you really only need, this is the problem with pay structures, right? Is they, okay, if you're going to work hourly, this is what makes no sense to me. Your guys are going to work hourly, right? Why not pay them properly so that they get the right amount of pay, but they only work for like 4 hours? So you could just hire more people to do shorter shifts, right? And then it's only part-time work, but it's like, okay, yeah, it's part-time work, but somebody like me, I would be happy if you wanted to say, yes, this is only going to be minimum wage. You will never get a raise in this position because it's only a part-time work position. But your shifts are only 4 hours long, only 5 hours long. You know, I think 5 hours should be ultimate tap out of any profession. It should say like, yep, we're done. You know, you're done. You're at 5 hours. I don't care if you can go all day. Your productivity slips, right? Everywhere they have instituted a 4-day work week, by the way, they've noticed productivity rise. Now, if you want to be like, oh, well, we need more hours, like, all right, cool. Do 4 10-hour shifts. People would not even be opposed to that. Why? Because then they get an entire day where they don't have to be there. Like, you get an entire day where you're not there. Right? Like, come on, man. I figured I'd get 2,000, make a nice even amount. There you go. Yeah, that's just work, though, man. That's just how the world is. You just gotta be efficient, you know? And, again, efficiency should not reward the guys at the top. Efficiency should reward the guys at the bottom. Being good at your job should not make you a threat to management or something, right? It shouldn't be like, oh, well, this guy's really good at his job. Like, yeah, he's good at his job. You should, like, ask him why he's so good at his job, and then implement why he's good at his job in the rest of the job. And have everybody follow his example if he's doing good at something, right? Take a little bit from everybody. Make sure everybody's doing their shit right, you know? I don't know. It's one of those things where I just want to say, fuck it, and, right? Like, and the problem is, you can't just say fuck it and go live somewhere else, right? Even if you had the money, if I go live in another country, if I want to say, all right, fuck it, I'm going to work for a company, like, you have to have demonstrable skills before you try to immigrate to somewhere, right? Because it's like, you need to be useful to that society. You can't just come over there and, you know, maybe you'll do some work, maybe you won't, and then you end up on the government dime. It's like, you know, that's not to say, oh yeah, welfare bad. Like, no, I think everybody should be paid universal basic income. I think everybody should work just enough. And that's another reason to have UBI, is you can afford to have shorter shifts because you're not, the individual company would not be needing to pay that out as much, right? So let's do some math. Let's do some math here. So, hang on. Job alert. Might be something interesting. Probably not, but we'll see. The X-ray machine technician to land. It's not even close to me, bro. I'm going out to freaking DeLand. But yeah, let's do some math here real quick. So, let's assume your monthly expenses are like $1,000, right? They're not, but let's assume they were. But even then, if you needed to make $2,000 in a month, but then UBI was already $1,000, then you'd only need to make $1,000 at whatever job you're doing, right? So you could have a guy working, you know, let's say $15 an hour, which is where all minimum wage should be in this country. It's fucking horseshit that it's not. It's getting there in some states, but, you know, corporations, they like to abuse workers. We know this. So 15 times, I don't know, let's do $1,000 divided by 15. No, divided, not multiplied. I am an idiot and keep hitting the wrong buttons. So that's only 66 hours in the month, mind you, right? You would only need to work like 65 hours in a month. So we took like 65, well, let's do 64. Let's say 64. So 64, and you divide that 4 times, that's only 16 hours a week. That's literally, if you had $1,000 UBI going to everybody, you would only need to work like 16 hours a week, which is what we should be doing. If that's what the predictions were, was that we would be, you know, like good enough to where, I mean, I think the actual prediction was something like 15 minutes a day of actual productive work, and then the rest of the time would just be leisure time, because we'd be so productive at everything, we wouldn't need to put in more. The individual worker would average out to putting in no more than 15 minutes of time in to their profession. Okay, we need a new key. Other way. Yeah, I don't know. Do some more bars here and start leveling up my gear. First thing first, the pick. Where is it? Pick's here. Okay, we need 120 of that and then some planks. I'm making a good bit of planks, but I want more planks. We require the planks. But yeah, does that piss you off? The idea that, like, if the government tax corporations properly, like, yeah, okay, then you can say, oh, well, yeah, they're still paying you. It's like, yeah, but the government's making sure it's fair and that everyone's getting paid. And so if people, like, they're paying you through taxes, you know, it's like, all right, yes, taxes are good. I don't know why people are opposed. Like, I understand why individuals are opposed to taxes. Corporations can shut their fucking mouth, though. Like, if your company makes record profits, you need to shut the fuck up. You don't get to say shit about taxes or whatever. It's like, you make a ton of money and you just want to keep it. I would love if one of these rich douchebags came out and actually said what they think, which is, fuck poor people. I don't care. I want more money. That's why I don't pay my guys as much. Just be honest about it. We all know that's the truth. We know that's the truth. Just fucking be honest about it, you know? Jesus Christ. Anyway, back to My Little Universe. How are we doing? Hey, jumped to 35% already. Not too bad for an hour and a half. I mean, to be fair, there's like half hour in there is not playing. So it was like an hour, basically. So far. Yeah, I want to do it over here because this is like the best cluster of them. And you get quite a few. So there's like 16 coming out of that. Oh my god, I have to get how much? I need like 120. Eek. Hey, free fish. Cool. Okay. Bam. Like, a lot of jobs we do are bullshit jobs, and I mean, that's why I want a career in the future working with my hands, you know? That's why I became an artist, actually, is I just have this thing in me where I want to create things, you know? Things that last. That's why I like video games, because video games have a history to them, you know? It's not like being if you're a fine artist, yeah, you might get featured in a history book at some point, but usually it's going to be after you die. And the only people who really care about fine art are other artists. I'm like, I don't want that. I want Joe Schmo seeing something and being inspired by it like I was. You know, I want the public getting some good out of it. And that's why I like the idea of video games, is because it's, you know, that is art that the masses can engage with. You know, not everybody has a museum next to them, but everybody's got Twitter. Everybody's got, you know, like their little Instagrams where you can share art. That's the big thing for me, you know? Alright, where's the pick? We gotta get this upgraded soon. Sooner rather than later. Alright, we need more planks, though. But yeah, that's the same thing. It's like, you want to leave a legacy? Cool, okay, I want to leave a legacy. And if I'm just going to pay the bills until I die, I might as well work somewhere where there's not a lot of pressure. You know, it's just, you're just hanging out, right? Basically, you just go do the 9 to 5 for a while, then you get some skills, use those skills, and start working somewhere that's actually, like, and there's another thing that annoys the fuck out of me, right? Is the idea of unskilled labor. That is such a corporal bullshit fucking thing to say. It's unskilled labor. There is no labor that you do that is unskilled. If you produce a good or a service, come on, headphones, work with me. If you produce a good or a service, that is inherently a skilled thing. It's just completely ridiculous to say otherwise. It makes no sense. Like, bro, what the fuck do you mean it's unskilled labor, right? Like, for instance, like farmers and stuff, right? Like, if you go out to do, you know, like picking crops or something, harvesting food, Well, that's an unskilled labor. No, it's not. It's hot. It's backbreaking labor. You have to know how to grab the plant right. You have to know, because you can't just yank something off a tree. You got to sit there and pick out all the little things. And again, I think agriculture is highly, highly under, utilized. I think agriculture, farming, it is shit tier compared to our technology right now. Like, we are so basic it hurts. That's the problem Japan's having right now. A lot of their farmers can't keep up because they are still operating at a pre-industrial level of agriculture. And I'm like, what the fuck? Why are you guys doing this? You have so much food that needs to go out every day. You have a population to feed. You can't just have, like, a bunch of mom-and-pop farms. Like, I like the idea of mom-and-pop farms. I just like the idea of mom-and-pop farms using robots to do their farming for them, so they're not breaking themselves just to pick some food off a vine, that kind of thing. Like, yeah, it's a pain in the ass. Farming, like, food is one of those things that should absolutely be figured out. Like, think about electricity and stuff, right? We don't just use electricity that we had before. We have new electricity. We have new power relays and wires and things, right? We keep upgrading that system. Now, some of the upgrades are kind of shit, so you shouldn't upgrade to shit systems. You should upgrade to good systems. But my point remains that you should be progressing, like, ever forward. You should be going. You should be moving upward, And that's what pisses me off is when we don't do that. It's like, so you want to, like, this is the thing. Corporations want stagnation of culture so they can sell you crap. Like, they want wages to stagnate, but they want their prices to increase, which is not how this works, right? You can't just raise prices on an item year on year on year. It's not supposed to happen. Fucking, inflation or whatever the economists come up with next, sure. This is why capitalism, by the way, is not a system you can fix. You can't fix it because it's not broken. It's working exactly as intended. It is by design. Capitalism inherently requires a labor class, and that labor class must be in poverty. They are not allowed to succeed. Why? Look at what happens when they succeeded. In FDR's day, when they succeeded, the rich were still filthy fucking rich. They still had fat paychecks, but they could have more. It's basic human greed, and it's pissing me off. Right? Simple as. Which is why I'm, like, done with the system. I'm, like, so done. I'm like, this is just fucking stupid. Like, the idea even repulses me. The idea of, like, work for a company for 40 years and then die. It's like, alright, yeah, that works if you don't want to have a life. If you're just waiting to die, yeah, sure. But if you want to get efficient, let's just jump off a bridge now. Let's cut to the end, Trying to get more wood for planks. Get the axe upgraded. Wrong thing. Got switched because of the statue. Get more planks. Yeah. It's just how it feels about it. And then, see, we got the stuff for these guys. I need 3 more. Alright, where's the monkey dudes? Monkey dudes are that way. Monkey dudes. Good. Yeah, they need beans. Always with the beans, man. Every attack on sword, might as well get that. Thank you. Okay, now we can go open up this door over here. New area! Oh, the wall got better. Nice. Oh, there's a bear. There you go. That's what I'm planning for the next couple of years. Just keep on the 9-to-5 stuff, but in the background, I'm going to start accumulating skills of things, and then, transition to, ideally, one day, maybe in like 10 or 15 years, save up some money and just, just end up retiring and living in the woods somewhere, go get a car I can sleep in. You know, not a car, but like a vehicle which I can make a sleeper, and then just go out in the woods somewhere and set up next to a river and just van down by the river, man. Just big chilling. You know, eventually. And yeah, in the background, still do some art and stuff, you know. Try my hand at that. It's just that right now, my industry's so fucked that it's like, killing yourself trying to get a job is not a good idea, because the problem is contract work, honestly. That's the problem with my industry right now, is it's all fucking contract work. Every bit of it is contract work. And so, to get an ongoing role somewhere, and even if you get an ongoing role, it's like, they could shutter the studio in like 5 years. So it's like, you might not be around long enough to see the sequel of a time. Like, okay, let's say you go work at a studio. You spend 2 years putting a game together. Great. You start on the next project. You're laid off 1 year into that project. The studio closes because of whatever reason, right? That means that you wouldn't even have been around long enough to see more than one game be made, you know? And on the artistic side of things, it's like, yeah, you made a game, that's great. But if you can't continue doing that, then that's not a career, right? It's like if you're laid off and restructured and whatever every couple of years, that's just not fucking sustainable for any industry. Imagine if you had... Imagine if you had, like, contract work in automotive factories or whatever, right? It's like, okay, you have this contract, it lasts this long, cool. Like, here, we're going to hire you for 18 months to work at our GM plant. And then, when you're over with that, if another position opens up, you can reapply, but we might not take you. Oh, and also, your, you know, your, like, knowledge here, whatever, it's going to be, like, it's like, okay, fine, I'll just go get a job at the, you know, at the Honda plant down the road. Cool, you get that Honda plant job, it's another contract work, and they do shit different. So you have to learn all of their different shit. It's not just like jumping over to a new thing. And that's the thing with any job, you have to learn the way they do it at their company. But in games especially, there's like proprietary engines and things that are used. Things that the industry, because of copyright, are not allowed to interact with. You literally can't, like, you can learn generic skills and then be trained up on in the first few months. But that's like months of your time being wasted just to learn something about the system which you need to do the next job. When, like, this is not like showing somebody how to tighten a nut, right? You can't just show them that day one on the job and be like, all right, you know how to disassemble this? All right, day one, we're just going to have you disassemble this. Cool, and then you're going to work here for the next 5 or 10 years, however long, and just get really good at this. Like, no, it's not like that at all. You go in, and they're like, oh yeah, you know how to use the other programs? Very similar. Like you'll feel like you know what you're talking about, but the shortcuts they use, the button prompts and everything, and all this stuff, that's why you have to try to be software agnostic, right? Or as my professor in school said, you don't want to be a software snob. Like, I only use this, or I only use that. Like, all right, whatever. Like, I hate the fuck out of Adobe, but I could use their software, because I generally know what kind of tools are in my workflow, and I know what to look for. Same thing with Blender. Like, yeah, the workflow of Blender is different to that of something like Maya, but I could hop back into Maya and be kind of comfortable in it, because I know how 3D programs work. I would just, you know, like, actually with Blender, when I made the switch from, because I used Maya in school because it was required, they were like, yeah, Maya's the thing we use, and so it's like, all right, yeah, fine, came with, like, the student license or whatever, so it's like, yeah, okay, I'll use that. And Blender is not, like, respected in academia at all. Gee, I wonder why. Maybe because Adobe and Autodesk are the ones, like, licensing their shit to the schools, and they want, so they get the teachers hooked on that, thus discouraging people from using other things. Methinks. But yeah, it's, when I made the switch from Maya to Blender, the first thing I did was look at all the tools in the interface for how Blender is supposed to operate. Now, I didn't try to, like, when I worked in Maya, it was the subD workflow. I'm like, okay, cool, I know that. And then in Blender, it was more modifier heavy, because with Autodesk, Maya, right? So Autodesk Maya, and then there's Autodesk has like CAD softwares, or they have like Fusion 360, you know, that's one of theirs. And that's more based in the modular workflow, the modifier workflow. Which is fine, but that means that in Maya, they don't actually keep that thing up to date, and Maya doesn't run well whatsoever. That thing crashes constantly, right? Like, yeah, Blender crashes too, but you have to really try to make Blender crash. Like, you gotta really fuck it up somehow. If you're just doing basic stuff like I do, where it's like, yeah, I'm just making a model and then I'm exporting it to texture it in a different program, cool. But I mean, Blender, but Blender has such nice stuff with modifiers and nerve curves and things, and these are all things that I could do. So if I go in to work at a company and they're like, we use Maya here, is that all right? We like to do everything in the same file. Not a problem, right? Give me like, give me some documentation on how you guys do your workflow so I can get my computer set up the way your computers work, and that we're all on the same page. And then we just do that. What the hell was I doing, by the way? I was doing something. Let's go this way. Yeah, this way. I was trying to get something. What was I getting? I know, I gotta get bamboo. Oh, planks. Yeah, I need to make more planks as well. Okay. So the problem is there's no damn bamboo over here. Like one little node. That's right. But yeah, that's the thing about me. Like my professor, he said, don't be a software snob, So I know you have to understand the workflow. And there were even some, like, as long as you can find a tutorial that is software agnostic or can be, thought of in a different way, as long as you look at like, okay, in this tutorial, like for instance, I was doing one for Substance Painter, and I learned things in Blender, right? That was, and I was finding allegories. So if I find things about texturing, I understand the why behind the texturing. So that when I go into a program, yeah, the buttons might be different. Yeah, the process might be different. But the tools, even if they have different names, they're still kind of the same tool. It might be a different name, but same thing, basically. You just work in that. Just get used to that. I don't know. Also, it's taking forever. I need to go find sugarcane somewhere else. I don't even know what world that might be on, but I gotta dip. There's no fucking way I'm gonna sit here and do this sugarcane all day. Yeah, but no, because you know what? That's so much right there that I feel like giving me 20 at a time is just, yeah. This doesn't feel like it's opening to a new area. This feels like it's opening a side thing that's gonna have more in it. I can fill it up like 15 at a time, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, that's just the way the world is. You gotta get that shit going. Oh, should have to work that. So that was 14 apiece. So that would take another, what, 6 harvests of this? No. 15 apiece. Yeah, 14 to 15 apiece. Yeah, no, it's not enough. I gotta go to another planet that has more. Making a good bit of planks, though. That works. Okay, who has the sugarcane stuff? Egyptium has some, yeah. So let's go back to Egyptium. Okay, where is the thing? I think it's this way, right? Yeah, back over this way. I think I needed like 100 something, so we'll just cut all this down. So 200 ought to do, and then if we need more, we'll come back. It's easy enough to get here. Where the fuck am I? This way. Yeah, that's the way of the world, man. That's where we're at right now. We get to live, it's like the, I mean, since we're an Asian place, talk about Asian countries and stuff, it is the ancient Chinese curse. May you live in interesting times. Oh boy, we live in interesting times. That's the problem with being a frontiersman or a pioneer in something is you have to take the first step, and half the time you step on a landmine, and it ain't great. You gotta just figure that crap out. Oop, not that way. This way. That'll be enough. Come on. Give me more. Oh, thank God. This guy will sell it for rice. Ooh, so if I need more in the future, I don't have to leave the planet. Okay. I gotta do sandstone. A couple of that. Yep, you just gotta. Somebody's gotta go first, you know. That's the unfortunate thing is we have to go first on this whole labor redefining of labor thing. It's gonna be shitty. The sentry's gonna suck total ass, but you know, we'll get there. We'll get there. Gotta bring back the good times, you know. Gotta get back to the whole cultural thing of the 50s, but without the racism this time. How about we do that? Something similar, you know. Good thing I got a lot of rocks. Damn, die, dude. Holy shit. That bear is crazy. Oh, exactly 100. That was satisfying. That was very satisfying. Oh, we're going up to some floating island up here. Looks interesting. Okay. Yeah. Like I'm not opposed to work. That's the thing. Is like I just want to do work that matters, you know? That's why I want to work in video games. I think doing that, you know, artistically and being like, all right, this is my zone, this is my thing. I'm gonna be perfect at making this one thing, you know. Like that's my definition of a career is finding a niche and getting really, really good at it, right? And staying in your lane. Like that's your thing. Like don't cross streams. Like yeah, have hobbies and stuff and be influenced by other things, but don't cross the streams. Don't try to be like a million things. Todd McFarlane actually has a good like thing about this about like he had to figure out what kind of juggler he was as he describes it, and what he describes is like the idea that you only have so much time in the day, you only have so many things you can get really good at, right? Which is fucking fortunate, but yeah, unless we had a universal basic income like the Federation where it's like everything's free at the point of use and there's no like worries about the basics and employment and all that. You could just do whatever you want. Yeah, you have time to dabble in a few things, but if you're trying to figure that out, right? If you're trying to figure that out, like, oh, what am I gonna do for the rest of my life? I don't fucking know. They ask you that shit in high school. It's like the only reason I went to college for is like, well, I like making art, you know. I guess I'll go be an artist, but I don't like to draw that much, so I guess I'll be a 3D artist. That's the thing. So I'll just do that. It was it wasn't like a male do this. It was like I want to try and do this, you know, type of thing. It's just that, of course, I had to be born too late, and I graduated into terrible fucking economy. But, I mean, it's what it is. What it is. For a moment. Okay, we need more sandstone. Gotta get some slabs. Yep. Yeah, working with my hands, I ain't even opposed to that, you know, like doing engines and woodworkings, you know, being a stonemason. Like that, like, yeah, that sounds like hard work, but it sounds like fulfilling work to be able to make really nice things out of stone and just chisel and carve and things like that. Really be gritty and work with your hands. Obviously, you want to use, like, lotion stuff afterwards. You don't just want to be like, yeah, man, you got soft hands. I got the cow. Like, that's cool. Yeah, you're going to develop some rough hands from working with that, but you really should take care of your hands. Your hands are important, you know. Your hands are very important. We actually trade some of this marble, I think. We could, but I could just easily go harvest scrap anyway. Yeah, we just easily go over here and do this. Here we go. Okay, maybe I will go sell that guy. I don't know. It's just a pain in the ass. There's so many you gotta get. To get any amount of slabs. Return the slab. Hello, turtle. Turtle's way over there. We gotta do something with the turtle eventually. Okay, this way for the sandstone. Now we head back over to the other place. There we go this way. Yeah, that works. Bop. Here we go. Next. You need 120. Yeah, bamboo sorted. And we gotta go get something else. Let's see. Gotta get the slabs from the other guy. Dirt. Back over here. I think that's what draws people to being artists, honestly, is the human desire to work with your hands and to build something, you know, and to see it be created. I guess just something we've had since we were cavemen. We like to build shit. Yeah. But no, I mean, it's like, the problem with cars, let's circle back around to the automobile thing, because I'm still thinking of that video I watched. Okay, we got 10 there and 5 there, so we need 15 and 10, so we need 25. I can need 25, that. There we go. Good lord, man. Okay. Let's go see what he wants. Where's the guy? Over here. Fuck you. Okay, so we got a ratio of 5 to 20, so 10 and 15, 25. So 25 times 5, 125, 25 times 20. Shit, my brain. Like 450? Something like that? Well, 25 times. Let's see. 25 times 4 would be 100. So we'll go that 5 times 500. Okay. Yeah, 500, and then the salt. We got the salt, so we just need 500 beans. Oh, good God, that's going to be a lot of beans, because they only come off at, like, 1 each. We just harvested this whole row and only got 70. It's going to take us a minute. But they come back super quick, so... Look what's going on. But yeah, like, automobiles, right? Like, go through America and look at how many dealerships there are. Why? And why, when there are dealerships, are there giant fuck-off car... Okay, here's another question. If you want to cut costs on something, right? Why the hell do you have a giant lot of cars that are all the same color? Like, if they're all the same color, why do you have so many of them? Why wouldn't you just have a floor model for each one to be like, yeah, this is what it looks like, this is what it'll drive like, cool. And just not waste the space with all the different models? Like, why are there different models of cars to begin with, right? Think about it. What the hell do you need with there to be like, oh, this one has more legroom, this one has... Fuck you! Just make good legroom and then sell that. Oh, but if it has more legroom, it costs us more, so we're trying to give you a deal. No, you're not trying to give me a deal. You're trying to give me, like, an alternative to be like, well, yeah, this one's pricey, but this one I can afford. Fuck you! I know what you're manipulating me with, alright? Don't even try me. I was raised by somebody who grew up through an era of decent wages and shit, okay? My grandfather taught me the difference between a consumer and a customer, right? Then there is a difference. A consumer buys things. Doesn't matter what. Doesn't matter if they need it. They just like to buy things. A customer is discerning, right? They ask questions. They go, do I really need this? They pay in cash. They don't charge it to a credit card and then pay that off later, right? That's the problem with the world nowadays, credit. Credit should not be a thing. It is a terrible... Like, I like the idea of accessing your money anywhere, but the idea of a credit card of, you don't have this money, just pay us back later. What? And then you have an entire credit system tied to that. You have a whole system for tracking the number for, like, how reliable somebody is with paying off their bills. Right? So you give them the thing. This is the ultimate thing, right? You give them the credit And then when they aren't smart with it, you give them credit, don't teach them finances, and then when people end up in debt, you're like, hey, sucks to be you. I guess your credit's going to be terrible now, and now you can't access any of these things in our society which are tied directly to credit. Like, good rates on things, because you're a risk to the company. It's like, you give money out to people knowing they probably can't pay it back, knowing they're not the best guy to give it to, and I'm the risky one? Like, student loans is a great example of this. You have kids that come out of high school. They don't know what they're doing in the next 5 minutes, let alone the next 5 years. Some of them prep for college, but the ones that usually prep for college and are like, into it, mommy and daddy are paying for that anyway. They've saved up and they're going to pay for their kid's degree. They're not even going to do loans. So they don't even have to worry about it, right? They're not starting life on the back foot. So here's the kicker. You give these kids loans. You tell them, go to school, get an education. You lie to them. You completely lie to them and say, yeah, no, nobody's going to hire you if you don't have a degree. Buddy, I have a degree, and I'm working 9 to 5. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? Basic jobs are necessary. Right? Somebody has to be there at the gas station to sell you your freaking candy bar and your cigarettes, all right? Oh, hello, big sleepy dragon boy. Yeah, and that's not a dog on that at all. That's just say, like, yeah, I'm doing this. I got no problem doing that. If it's chill and it pays the bills, all right, just don't hassle me when I'm at work. I'll get things done. You leave me alone. That's my whole take on the 9 to 5 grind. It's just, when somebody comes to work, you leave, as long as the work is being done correctly, leave them the fuck alone. You're not paying them enough for you to nag them. If they wanted to be paid more and get nagged, they would go work in an office. But the only reason they need to work in an office is because they realize they have a fleeting amount of time in the economic market, so they have to make a lot of money before they go to retire, so they can live off their retirement. And even that, people are running into issues now. Even now, retirees are having issues of their Social Security and stuff not being high enough for them to, like, pay their bills properly and not be destitute. It's like, what the fuck? What's the point of the Social Security system? And that's why, and then of course you get the fucking idiot Republicans up there like, oh, see, we gotta cut the Medicaid and all this and let people invest in themselves and 401ks and all. It's like, no, that's not good. Like, that's how we used to do it. Before Social Security, people couldn't save money because of the way the economy was. You had it to where people had things, and if you were lucky, you could work your entire life away with backbreaking work, being tired all the time, whatever, so that you could give your family a home. Nowadays, there's not even a point to that because you're never going to be able to afford the home. You can't build generational wealth when you're not born into generational wealth. It's basically impossible in this century. You can do it for yourself. You could maybe, at this point, achieve some sort of stability or freedom in some way for yourself, but that's only for yourself. You can't do that with other people. It's not possible, right? You can't just say, like, oh, I'm going to build a house here. All the land's taken, dude. There's no new land on the entire planet. There is nowhere on the entire planet that isn't zoned commercial or residential. That's another problem with America. Our zoning laws are dog shit. They make absolutely, positively no sense. We're going to zone this area for residential and this area commercial. Why? Why don't you put the commercial stuff next to the residential stuff? Intermix it. Oh, well, people might want a quiet place to live or whatever. I don't give one good goddamn about the NIMBYs. I don't care about it. Yes, motherfucker, in your backyard. Yes, we're putting this thing in. It's called progress. The planet is only so big. We have only so much room. We are not... we can't just... The only reason America is the way it is because we have so much room laterally, horizontally, right? We have so much room to spread out that it's taken, what, over 200 years for us to finally reap what we sow and go, oh, wait, we don't really have a lot of room in these cities and stuff. We should have built more vertically. Uh-oh. So now, a lot of these building projects, they had to go tear apart roads that were built stupidly to expand the road. It's like, or, here's an idea, why don't you just move all the shit the road is leading to closer to the people who want to get there so you don't need more road? You need better public transportation, not road. You need trains people can ride on without thinking about it. That should be part of your taxes. You should be like, hey, like, that's just, part of your taxes just pays for the operation of the train. What if I don't take the train? What's that going to be you? If 80% of society takes the train and 20% doesn't, I'm sorry, that's Vulcan logic. That is the needs of the many outweighing the needs of the few or the one. You have to sacrifice yourself for society. I'm sorry, but if you want to live in a place that has food, water, and shelter, you want to live in comfort, well, the trade-off is you must live in the discomfort. That's why a lot of people are dropping out. They're like, I'm not gonna be comfortable anyway. I might as well go minimalist and just live out of my car or live at this campground or something and just be done that way. Just like I calculated, right? Follow me here. I have 2 monthly bills, right? In for what I need. Right now I have 2 monthly bills. They average about $100, so that's like $1,200 a year. It was actually less last year. My insurance went up. I don't fucking know why. The plan didn't even change that much. It's like if they try to hike it again next year, I'm just gonna tell them, fuck it. I'll get hit by a bus. I don't care. You know, like we're not gonna worry about all that. You're wasting my money. You know, you're making me get way too much money thrown out to that. It's like I'm trying to save money here. Like I'm trying to save up money for stuff. I'm trying to invest in myself. It's hard. So that's like $1,200 a year, right? Okay, cool. And then let's assume you had a $500 car payment, right? Every month. I mean, you're not even, but let's just assume you did. Like 500 times 12, right? That's $6,000, right? So that's car payment. But let's say I pay the car off, right? So if I instead of having the car payment of 500, right? That would be $6,000, right? But instead of paying for that vehicle, if I already have a vehicle here, right? But if I want a new car that costs around $10,000 or around $20,000, I would simply save the fucking money. Like, yeah, it's 6 of one, half of the other, but it's like if I get into a leasing with a car, it's going to take longer than the amount of time to pay off, right? Well, it's going to get more expensive in the future. It's like, okay, that means they're just going to up your car payment, right? Like, or your insurance payment stuff. Again, insurance. If you own the car outright, right? If you own the vehicle outright and you sleep in it, here's how much money you actually have to make. So my plan is basically get like a little Jeep, you know, like a little electric Jeep or something. Electric, so that I can attach, like I can have a solar bank that I use. So no matter where I go in the entire world, like like in North America, obviously I'm not gonna go driving through the Atlantic, right? You know, can't exactly put a pontoon on that bitch. But if you do that and you say, okay, the house, fuck a house, I'll live out of the back of the thing. If the back of the thing is big enough for me to lay down and sleep in comfortably, what's the fuck is the point of a house? Oh, it's for your stuff. Okay, well, maybe I don't want some stuff. If I want a bigger house, I'll just buy a trailer and start all that money I'm saving on a house, I could put into building a tiny house on a trailer to give me a better place to sleep instead of in the car. And that'll take far less time to do, you know, when all the costs of my life are like in gig work or something. Then I can like go move to somewhere where things cost less, and then I'll just do like Uber Eats or something, or find a local job that's like, yeah, we don't care if you're living out of your car. Like your employers don't care if you're homeless. They don't. If they did, they would ask you, hey, do you have a permanent residence or whatever? It's like, oh yeah, I live out of my car. There are some people who live out of their car, or some people who are just straight up homeless, but they still go to work. The idea that you can go to work but be homeless is fucking sickening. But no, if we were to do that, let's say I save up for the car before I go off on this grand journey, right? I buy the car, and let's assume there's no problems with the car, but let's say there's like maintenance for the car, it's like $2,000 a year, right? And then it's like $1,200 a year for my phone and my insurance, right? So I can call people and, you know, whatever, right? Cool. That's without data. With data, it'd be like $60, but, you know, I might, if I got no other internet, you know, I'd be looking into mobile internet. Anyway, point being, that's $3,200 right there. Let's say $200 a month in food, right? So $2,400 for groceries. So that's $2,400 there. To live out of my vehicle, right? And then let's say there are miscellaneous, right? If there are miscellaneous things, like, let's say, like, everything, like hygiene, right? Like, okay, well, I might need to shower. Well, if I get a membership at Planet Fitness for like, what's it, like $20 a month, you know? So we'll add that in. Say 20 by 12 is 58.40, right? So then if I need to go take a shower, I can go do that at like a Planet Fitness or whatever. I don't have to shower in the back of my car until I invest and get like a solar shower or something, right? So that, you know, you have that going on. And then that's one less thing you'd have to worry about. So that's 5840 for the year so far. And then there's, you know, we got the food, water, shelter. We can figure that out. Hygiene, right? So the showers, like, yeah, you could, I mean, go to public utilities like public water fountains and stuff, fill up there. I mean, yeah, not so clean, but I mean, you also have those places like in Walmart and stuff where they have the jugs, right? Like, you could go in there and just fill up a couple of gallon jugs for a couple of bucks here and there whenever you need it. I don't know. Point being, so you got 5840, right? And then miscellaneous, you know, okay, you might need to buy this or that, things outside of it. Let's just call it, I mean, let's just call it like, even if we call it 10,000 a year, right? So 10,000 a year, actually, we'll make this even simpler. We'll call it 12,000 a year, right? Divide that by 12, right? So you divide that by 12, that's $100 a month expenses, guys. Or no, I'm sorry, I did 1,200. Stupid calculator. That's not 100 a month. That's, yeah, it's part of it. But yeah, no, it's 12,000 divided by 12 to make the math easy. That's only $1,000 a month you have to make. So let's say if you could make, I mean, $1,000 a month, divide that by, I don't know, let's see. Even if you were doing $10 an hour, right? I mean, the Uber Eats guys, they work for tips. But it's like, okay, so if you got like 1,000 and you get the tips and whatever, the profit there, and then, right. Let's see, even if that comes out to only like $5 an hour, right? So divide that by 5, that's 200. Divide that by 4 weeks. You know, okay, you're working 50 hours a week, but you're not chained to a desk. You're not doing that. And again, that's on the lower end. That is if you work for Uber Eats and make only $5 an hour. But if you go and work for 3 hours, right? If you go spend your day and you work for 3 hours at peak times, and in those hours you profit, you know, what, 30 bucks? Then that's $10 an hour. That's great. Like, there's only a certain amount of money you would need, because if you need $1,000, if your minimum is you need $1,000 a month, right? Then, okay, cool, you got $1,000 a month in expenses. If you have $1,000 a month in expenses, then you go work like a gig role or something, or you don't need that many hours at a place. You could just work at a place temporarily, save up a bunch of money, and then say, all right, well, you know, it's been a year or two, you know. But again, if you work there for a year, but they're gonna pay you for like full-time work, but you don't have rent and anything, and like your bills are super low, then you can just work there. If you work a full 40 for, I mean, like $10, right? That's $400. That's $1,200. I'm sorry, that's $1,600 a month if you were to work somewhere averaging $10 take-home pay in an hour, right? So you would average, you know, 40 hours. That'd be $400. If you could average $1,600 in take-home pay, I mean, shit, but that works. What the fuck? Like, not even. Like, you just do that. And it's like, there you go. Like, it's $1,600 with $1,000 in expenses. You profit $600 that month, right? And then you say, okay, well, put that in the bank, right? We'll put that away. We'll put that in the bank for savings. And then while it's in the bank, it could be locked in. You can put that in your savings, and it could be accruing interest for you. So by the time you look up, if you keep doing that every month for like 5 or 10 years, then that little bit you've been putting in every month, you know, and you just don't really go out and do much for, you know, like maybe there's like 1 month out of the year where you'll take a little bit of your money and say, this is, you know, like watch some movies, go out and eat or whatever, right? Little stuff. But we do little stuff for like 3 years. I mean, if you had an excess $600 in a month and you could put that into your savings, right? If you could put that into your savings, then you'd have at the end of the year 6 times 12. I mean, that's what? It's not even 40. That's over $5,000, right? Now, reminder: if you live on just your plain Jane expenses of $1,000, right, a month, if you average $1,000 a month, then you just made you made over 5,000. It's like 6 times 12. What the fuck is that? Like, my brain is so fried today. I'm tired. When flicked to my sleep schedule, I took sleeping pills last night, and I'm like, oh my god. Like, because I don't normally take them. I usually never take them, just because reasons. and I took one last night, and it was a decent dosage. So I'm like, oh shit. But the yeah, no, so I'm like, yeah, it's a little too much of the PM in the Tylenol PM. Let's take that down a notch. So yeah, I maybe took a little too much. But the thing I'm getting here is 6 times 12 is what? 6 times 10, 60. So that's 6,000. 6 times 2 is 12. So another 1,200. So that's like $7,200 a year. So basically, if you could make, like, the best case scenario would be for your monthly expenses to be $1,000. Like everything, taxes, all that shit, right? If your monthly expenses are $1,000 and your take-home pay would be $2,000, then you start saving those $1,000. Every year you save that money is another year later you won't have to work at all because you'll be able to maintain that level you're at. Now, the problem with savings is fucking inflation, right? So that same amount of money wouldn't even get you further. So by the time you actually want to retire later on, it would suck. That's why living minimally is the goal, is so that if things shift and change, you can shift and change with them. And it's like, oh, okay, I don't really need to do this, I don't really need to do that, we'll just do this. It's a pain in the ass. The economy is an absolute pain in the ass, and it's designed that way. It's capitalism. Capitalism is designed to kill you. It wants to bleed you dry. That's the entire point. And there will be a point where people don't have it anymore. And then, you know, you can arm the robots all you want, but if you don't have enough ammunition to hold back 1 million people, you know, with one little robot drone. I don't care. Like, you would have to get to the point where you flatten whole cities and genocide hundreds of millions of people. That is the only way you would contain any sort of, like, yeah. Because when people realize you're starving them by not giving them wages and shit, it's like, oh, so there's no future, I'm going to tear it all apart. And so, of course, the rich lose their money because then nobody's buying anything, so then the economy can't continue, and then if the economy can't continue, it blows up, right? That's the problem with capitalism, is that it has no end game. There is no goal to capitalism. It never ends. The idea is it has to keep going forever. Line must go up forever. Line cannot go up forever. The universe is finite, right? But you can achieve a state where line has gone up so much that everybody should share in the wealth. That's what we need to do now. That's what we're going to have to do. There's not a, well, we could. No, you are required. By the laws of society, you are required to do this and to help out. Like, it is a necessary good for the public. It is required. Like, shit, I don't even care, man. Like, if I could work a simple job and live, you know, in a place like this, even smaller even, I don't even need this whole big fucking thing with the living room and all that shit. Like, a one bedroom that doesn't even have a living room. Like, as long as the rent's cheap as hell, and it's like, I don't have to worry about my rent and shit, and I can actually use that money to save up, it's like, yeah, fucking, me and the boys, we can chill in my room just as easily. I'll flip the bed up and, like, in a room like this, by the way. So, like, this is why beds are stupid. This is why I don't use a bed frame. I have it on the box spring, but I don't use a bed frame. The reason I do that is because if I ever want to move it around, I can. And eventually, I would like to look into getting a day bed or a Murphy bed, something smaller, because the bed I'm using now is kind of big. But the idea should be to get the thing out of the way, right? So there's various ways you can accomplish this. The Asians took the floor mat route, where they just, you know, do the futon on the floor or whatever, and then they fold it up and pack it up when they need that area. They just go, oh, okay, it's morning time, let me fold this up and get it out of the way, because they just sleep on the floor. Just how they do. But in the West, we were like, oh, we need beds. Okay, cool. And then eventually the West actually had a solution for this. It was called a Murphy bed. We have the technology to do this. It's not like beds need to take up the entire space in a room. You know? You could just say, like, oh yeah, here's the bed. Put some mounts in the wall. You know, or even put some weights under it. Like, Murphy beds, they were actually designed to go into a wardrobe. So what they would do is they would have the Murphy bed where you would close the doors after, so it would be in this wardrobe, so it would look fine, and then you'd also have storage, kind of like storage for the weights, I mean. So these things would be not even usually mounted in. You would just take a bunch of weights that you could actually lift, and you would put them in the bottom to make it to where the thing doesn't fall over when the bed comes out, right? And then what you do is you just pull that down, flip out the legs, Now you can sleep on that. And then you could just, like, do that. And then there's a spring mechanism that always wants it to go back up. So what you do is you just, like, hang a weight off the end so it doesn't go anywhere. Or you latch it to the floor. And sometimes they have, like, floor hooks or something. Or maybe there's a bar that you put down where it keeps it from moving. And point being, Murphy beds are cool. Because it was this idea of, like, oh, yeah, if you don't need the bed there all the time, you don't have the space for it, and you want this area for something else, then cool. Just fold the bed up when you're not using it, close the cabinet door. Now it's clean, it's out of the way, you know? Like me, I'm a very simple guy. You give me 3 hops and a cot and I'll hang out. It's that friggin' simple, man. Like hammocks should definitely be a bigger thing. Those are very chill. Those are very cool. You could definitely sleep in hammocks, you know? The problem with society is we need to get back to our nomadic roots. You know, humans used to be nomads that roamed the plains. Like, before we settled near water sources, we would just roam around looking for shit. That's just our vibe. So, was there a thing back here? Am I missing something? I thought there was another... Hang on. I thought there was another thing. So, while I was babbling, I was thinking there was another... Let's see, swimmer, advocaster. There you go. Alright, yeah, I thought there was a chunk of something. Maybe it was over in the blue section here. Maybe I picked it up already, I don't know. I thought there was like a chunk like I just picked up for the bamboo. I thought there was another one. Maybe it was over here. Am I? I don't even know. But yeah, that's just what it is. Like, we need to remember, like, yeah, we don't need to shift around and wander around. Like, yeah, we want civilization, but at the same time, it's like, how much do you really need? What can you live without? You know, do you really need all this crap in your house? You know? George Carlin actually does a really good bit about, like, how everything's a box, and, like, it's, like, your house is just a place for the shit. That's all it is, you know? It's like, yeah, that's exactly how I think about it. It's like, it's just a place. The memories of the place are your memories. They are memories that are tied to that place, but they are not memories that belong to that place. It's not like, oh, without the place, I don't have the memories. That's what your memory's for. It's for you to have the memory of the place. For you to be able to remember the place when you're not next to the place. It's called object permanence, you know? Like, my grandfather's house, you know? Would I like to inherit it someday, or even just be able to visit with some family? Yeah, sure. But it got lost at the bank and whatever, and, you know, my aunt couldn't keep up with it, so it's like, alright, cool. So, that's another thing, is fucking property taxes. I think property taxes are really fucking dumb. The only people that should have to pay property taxes are corporations. Corporations have to, like, one, there should be no corporate landlords. That shouldn't be allowed. If somebody wants to rent a property, they should have to actually own and maintain the property personally, and they should not be allowed to do it for profit. It should just be, oh, I don't need this house because I live in another state or whatever now, right? I'm moving. So, I'm moving to another thing. You know, sell the home, for God's sake. Just sell the freaking home, you know? Do that even. Yeah, property taxes are the stupid thing. Because then you think like, oh, okay, I'll invest in a house and then it'll be mine. Well, when you pay off the house, you still have to pay property taxes. So you're still beholden to the system. You're still required to pay a certain amount every year to things, you know? And so the question becomes, well, what are your property taxes? Are they good taxes or are they bad taxes? Because if it's like $1,200 a year, okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. It's not gonna take up all your money. But then you might get like, oh, hey, my mortgage or my rent or whatever is like $1,000, but then the property tax ended up being like $500. It's like, wait, I already paid off the thing. Why the fuck do I need to pay the price? Because you just, oh my god, it's dumb, isn't it? When you think about it, it's just dumb. It makes no sense, you know? But that's not to say like, oh, no taxes. Like, no, taxes on the rich, taxes on the asset owners, on the welfare, on the wealthy, the bourgeoisie, these guys, you know? Like, just fucking do that. All the guys that have all the money, be like, no, you can't have all the money. I believe in a hard cap, honestly. I say that, like, no, you cannot have more than a certain amount of money. You know? You don't need a certain amount of money. You have no way to demonstrate that you need... Because if there was, like, a living expense chart, right? And it was like, okay, this is the living expenses as we see it. Food, water, shelter, in a location. It's like, okay, this would cost you around $50,000 a year. Like, oh, what if I need $1 million because then I want to live there and not work and I've invested and I should get my retirement? It's like, well, no, we have Social Security and stuff for that. We have it. Now, obviously, get rid of the Social Security, wrap that up into UBI, and give it to everybody. That's the easiest way to do that. It's just expand, like, take the other programs, expand them into, you know, like, you take the other programs that you're funding, right? Food stamps, welfare, whatever, right? And you put them under the banner of UBI. And you combine them with Social Security. So you just call it, you know, I think the video I watched recently, actually, there was a pretty good one. Guy that usually talks about, like, dystopias and sci-fi and things like that. He mentioned, like, how does money work in Star Trek? You know, which is everyone's question always, because they can't see past their capitalist blinders. They can't ever think that, yeah, you just have a lot of stuff, and you can turn energy into matter, so what the fuck does matter anymore, you know? But yeah, it's like he was explaining it as, you know, UBI, like UBI is Universal Basic Income, and then, you know, what would you call this thing? And so one of the things might be a UBIC, right? So a Universal Basic Income coin would be the currency of the day. And maybe you have, like, basically the assumption is that everything is shared wealth in the Federation, and that all things contribute to the Federation economy. Therefore, each citizen collects on the economy, you know, every day. And so, like, you get a fraction of every sale within the Federation's ecosystem, and you don't even think about it. It just gets, all the economics of it get put on the back burner. It's like, as a citizen of the Federation, you are entitled to a fraction of every thing that the Federation does or produces. And so, if those things are valued at a certain point, then you would then, you know, it's a great video. I'll show you guys the video later. Okay, I need to go back. But I'll bring up the video here in a minute just to let you guys know who it is. We won't go over the whole thing. It's just to show you guys, so if you see it, you're like, oh, I know this guy. Like, Feral Historian, I believe is the guy's name on YouTube. And he's, like, great guy, always talking about stuff, you know. And he falls kind of into my camp where it's like, yeah, capitalist fuck, communist fuck, all systems fuck, because man is evil. But you can take bits and pieces from things, you know. Like, I don't subscribe fully to communist theory. I don't subscribe at all to capitalist theory. I think capitalism is, on the face of it, wrong in this century, right? We've already used capitalism for what it is, you know. Like, the way you should imagine capitalism is your car is running, but you've already reached your destination. The car doesn't need to be on anymore. You've gotten where you wanted to go with it, right? Oh, wait, what? Oh, we need the red key to go out here, right? Okay. But that's the thing, is you can always think of capitalism like that. The car is running, therefore, you will have to maintain the car. And you now have to justify the use of the car and say, well, if the car is on, I might as well drive it. And so you start driving the car around. You already reached your destination, but you drive past your destination and just keep going. And it's capitalism in this car example. Capitalism is the car, humanity is the driver. We used capitalism to drive out of scarcity, right? So scarcity was like a tunnel that we were stuck in. And at first, we would walk the tunnel. Like, there's a light at the end of the tunnel. That's post-scarcity we're trying to get to. And so, at first, humanity was crawling through the tunnel. That was waking up every day, having to go get food from the forest, right? Having to climb trees and whatever, right? Then, mankind started walking, right? We stopped crawling, we started walking. That's agriculture. That's when we start farming and shaping things to our will. And we say, we're going to walk. And we're running. So the agriculture gets better. We're running now. And then we say, okay, well, trading, right? This is before we get standardized units of currency and, you know, we before we get the whole metal money thing. So trading used to be like barter, right? It was just my salt versus your chickens versus his oranges. I have this, you don't have this. I want what you have what I want, right? Simple as. So that's us, like, running, right? You know, or even cycling, if you want to, like, use the analogy better. That's us getting on a bike and pedaling down, right? Is barter. So it's still working, but we're still exerting some force. Capitalism is the car. Because we built the car, we got in the car, and we said, okay, cool. Now you exert basically no force. But you are moving exponentially closer to the goal. The problem with capitalism is we have now blown well past the tunnel. Like we are past the tunnel already. We are in the daylight. We are able to now drive. We can go forward on this road of life, and we don't need to hustle as much. We don't need to exert as much energy. And yet, now that we're in this pristine area, where we're in an oasis, where things are abundant, but we're still on the road. We're still driving around. We're now driving in circles, okay? Because we stopped and we said, it's like you just can't turn the car off. Nobody wants to get out. You're just comfortable in the car, right? That's the problem with capitalism, is it wants to continue for the sake of continuing. It doesn't want to go away. It is the same. Money now is the same as, power back in the day, right? It's the same idea. Was you would... Okay, I got the red key. Red key goes over here. You would exert power through force. And now we started economic warfare. We exert power through money. We hide the force behind the money. In the same way that the Federation hides the cost of their services. The cost of living in the Federation is hidden behind their money. Like they hide it behind all their technology. You never think at the point of use of a replicator in Star Trek, or when you're on a starship. You don't think, how much did this cost? Because the number is astronomical. It cost, say 100 billion Federation credits to build a ship, right? It's like, okay, that's just like a huge astronomical cost. And again, this video, the way he explains it makes perfect sense, which is, think of it in the way that every citizen getting a share of every transaction would be essentially it's decentralized. The problem is the problem with money is, or the problem with crypto stuff specifically is one, it's not sustainable because there's a limited amount on the cryptos that can exist within the economy. So it's sort of a thing. It's like, what the fuck? But then it's great. Digital money is great because you can decentralize it. It doesn't have to live anywhere. You don't have things, and instead of backing things on a gold standard, you're backing it on a resource standard, right? The idea that it's a labor-backed market, it's like we are doing labor, therefore we have market, I need some more slabs. I need 15. 70, 15 times 20. Yeah, whatever, just 500 was enough for 25, so something 400 ought to do it. Yeah, it's a great video. I love Pharaoh Historian a lot. He just delves into some stuff about, culture, writing, and, stuff to do with sci-fi. It's great. He's always out he does these hikes. He'll take his camera out on the woods and then just set it up somewhere. So he always has these great natural landscapes behind him, which is great. 2 birds with 1 stone. I'm going to hike out here, and then while I'm taking a break from hiking, I'm going to spend 20 minutes talking about, filming this wherever for an hour. I'm going to hike out here, film it, and then hike back. Cool. That makes sense. You're getting some cardio in. You're being healthy about it. In fact, kind of work that in as part of your movement during the week. Keep your body healthy. All right, I think 300 ought to get us what we want. Oh, I'm a genius. It is 300. Yeah. Yeah, that's just, again, with universe-based income, that's the idea of it. Is imagine basically that you have $10 million, but everything you interact with costs $1. Then you can do 10 million things, And, imagine your daily expense of living. Okay. It's not even oh, you only have 10 million. It's no, you make so much money that you forget. It's like with rich people. Rich people right now have a basic income, right? They have their stocks and bonds and things that they get it from, right? And the idea is to take that money and redistribute it among the people so that instead of one person being obscenely wealthy, everybody becomes obscenely wealthy because you're all tied to the same economy. And so it's good. And it's okay, well then you gotta be infinite growth or whatever. It's yeah, technically, but, once you master food, water, and shelter, there's really not much further to go for that kind of economy. You're yeah, I mean, that's why in Star Trek, some people try to ask the question oh, if everything's free in the Federation, then why don't people, go request a starship? Well, one, they're not greedy enough. Two, even if they did, they'd be laughed at because that's a silly thing to request. Like, the Starship isn't made of the same things they, like, it's an energy-based economy, as Feral Historian says, which I knew. A lot of this I've already thought about before. It's not like I just heard this in a video and I'm like, oh yeah, it's a great video, to hearing it for the first time. Like, no, this is stuff I'm deeply into. So he says it's changed to an energy-based economy, which is true. That's exactly what they've done in Star Trek, is they have achieved stupid amounts of power from things like warp drives that rarely need fueling from dilithium. So it's like they can produce a ton of power for things. And as long as you can keep them routinely filled, then you're good. You don't really have a problem there. And Voyager is interesting because Voyager asks the question of like, oh, well, what happens if they don't get the fuel they need for the warp core? What happens if their ship runs out of fuel? Are they just going to die? It's like, well, no, they have a certain amount that they can stretch, and, you know, their generator generates a certain amount of energy in a day and consumes a certain amount of energy. So as long as you don't fall below that threshold, you're good. And so they have to start rationing on the ship because they're not near sources of dilithium that they can stockpile and easily have. That only happens once or twice in the show, by the way, is they have to actually stop and they're in dire straits and they really, really need dilithium. Otherwise, they're just coasting along and they're on rations, essentially. So they get like a week's worth of rations or whatever. And it's whatever the most basic thing the replicator can come up with is their rations, right? It's like, you know, nutrition pack 487 type thing, you know. But again, the replicator dresses it up so you get like, you know, the nutrition of like chicken soup, you know, but for every meal because you're rationing. It's like, okay. Me, I don't mind a ration-based economy, actually. I think the stepping stone to UBI would actually be to reorient society and say, we have produced this much food, we have produced this much whatever, here is your share of it, here is your ration, right? You as a citizen are entitled to this much in a day, in a week, in a month, whatever, right? I think it should be on a weekly basis, because then you can track it more accurately. But let's see, you can't... Oh, okay, I can go through it, good. Okay, these guys are all lined up, so I'm going to use the stick. Oh, actually, I can't use the stick, I gotta go. Yeah, I gotta upgrade the stick and the axe still. Forgot about that. Let's go do that real quick before we continue. That way we can do this faster. Because I haven't finished in this today. No. I'm going to bed at like 9 o'clock though. 9 or 10. Around there I'm going to start getting ready for bed. I gotta get up in the morning. Which is fine. As long as it's only for the training, you know. With training, and then maybe once or twice a month I could cover for somebody and do a morning shift. I won't like it, but I could do it. I mean, I do need to be getting up in the mornings anyway, because I look at my schedule, I'm like, yeah, if I just went to bed here, woke up there, that'd be an alright day, you know? It's the same, like, what, 16 hours in a day that you're conscious? It's the same thing. You're just sliding the time scale of when it happens. Me, I prefer an old thing. And this is another reason to do UBI. It's like, some people are not morning people. So what happens if the only job they can get is a morning job? How's that fucking fair to them? Nobody wants to be there in the morning. What the fuck? You know? I think the robots should have to do first shift. I think that's how we should automate our shit. Is so that, like, if you can make a robot replace a human, have them replace them for morning shifts, because nobody wants to be awake in the morning. Like, just... Or we could just say, hey, no business until... Nobody should be clocking to work. You know, no clock-ins before 9 a.m. No, Like, that's the idea of the 9 to 5, is to keep things consistent. But, you know, of course, that makes too much fucking sense, you know. So they had to get rid of that. Now the hours are all over the place. Like, what time are you working? Oh, flexible hours. I really hate when I put in an application for a place that does flexible hours, too, and I'm like, that just sounds like you don't know how to run your store, and you, like, you know, you wouldn't have a certain clock in or whatever. Like, I watch Office Space, and then Office Space, the crazy thing with Office Space is, I look at him like, oh, so you just get up at the same time, leave at the same time, whatever. Now he's overworked. Obviously, he gets asked to work the weekends and stuff, which is bullshit. You know, a lot of America's stuff could be fixed if we just followed the labor market from other areas of the world that say, hey, yeah, this is fine. You don't need to come in. Like having labor protections that are like, hey, yeah, don't do this. Don't overwork your guys. Don't do that. You know. That's why companies hate OSHA, you know? It's because guys like OSHA are supposed to come in and do shit like that, where they're like, hey, protect the worker. Anyway, what do we have? I need planks. Obviously, I'm gonna need planks for these upgrades. Always do. Okay, let's go see if we can upgrade the axe. Need metal. Okay, how much metal? Okay, we need... I got 41 for that, so 27 there, 27 on the other one. 36 there. If I get some gunpowder. Yeah, let's go back to Dragon Ore and get gunpowder. That way it'll be easier to mine the rocks. Do that first. Dragon Ore has gunpowder. And the only ones that do. Okay. But yeah, that's just work. Is like, we should if you're gonna make a robot replace someone, they should be doing the shittiest low tier work possible. Like, you should make a robot to do the thing you don't want to do. And if that means reorienting the way you do that thing, then do that. Like, what's the problem here? Okay, I think I saw it need like 3.3 or something. We'll get like 5,000, 10,000, something like that. Do that. Okay, to the factory. I hope this is the gunpowder factory. Yeah, it is. Okay. Make sure we turn off the flames. Yep. Yeah, we're at 2K already, so this will be a snap. Yeah, those little two piles there, they're worth freaking 200. I'm just looking around to see if there's an area here that has better coal deposits. No, this is just the area with the dragon and the fireworks. So that way it sucks. That's alright, we'll just bob back and forth here real quick, it'll be fine. But yeah, it's just, imagine you have that, like, you don't have to think about money. That's the idea with UBI, is that the resources are shared in such a way that, you know, it's basically like an economy where every month you're given $1,000, but you only need to actually spend $100 that month in that economy to subsist. So it's like you have $900 you don't even know what to do with, so you start doing stupid shit with the 900. But everything outside of the basics doesn't cost you 100. It costs you, like, you know, 5 cents here or there. It's being obscenely wealthy, but it's everybody being obscenely wealthy by thinking of resources as the wealth that they are, rather than the fiat currency that we currently have, you know. And again, that's the thing. I'm not opposed to the whole crypto thing. If you want to use crypto stuff to be like, hey, digital, decentralized... The problem with decentralized banking is that it's only used in the form of crypto so far. That's the only way we've seen it. So, of course, it's being used in the worst possible way, you know? That's the thing that annoys me. Is like, you have a form of currency which could transcend local economies and be a thing that everybody agrees to, right? Like Esperanto, right? Esperanto is a great language. The idea of Esperanto is great, right? The idea that if everybody in the world, this is why I say it should be the second language. There should be an official second language of the entire world, and everybody should adopt it. You know, and everybody kind of adopts English as the unofficial second language, you know? Other countries, I mean, there's other schools teach their kids way better than we teach ours. Here, it's like, yeah, you need to take 2 years of a foreign language, so a lot of guys just learn Spanish or whatever, you know, because our nearest neighbor is Mexico, so that's the one you would probably end up using the most. So you might as well learn Spanish. That's usually what people do. But other countries, they learn like 2 or 3 languages. They'll have like their primary language, and then they'll learn 2 or 3 others, because if you're in like Europe, you might just take a holiday and go on holiday to Italy. You could drive like 4 hours and be there. It's like right there, you know? Yeah, it's great. Don't quote me on the 4 hours thing. I don't know European geography that well. Yeah, no, that's the thing is you got to teach people better too. And so like Esperanto, this is a good example of this, is Esperanto could decentralize language. You could still have, the way I see it is, it's like with culture, right? We need a monoculture on the planet. That doesn't mean you have to eradicate other cultures. It's like in America, we are a melting pot. We get all of our ideas together. But the idea is we should be boiling off the bits of those ideas that don't work and ignoring those parts and only keeping the good parts in the stew, you know, in that melting pot, right? That's what we want to keep, is the parts that make sense. That's called efficiency. Duh. Let's see, where's my... Okay, Axe needs that. Yeah, I'm just gonna max out the pick. Because they're almost all maxed anyway. So we just gotta get that going, that way. But yeah, just think of it in those terms. If you're ever wondering like how to explain UBI to somebody, just explain it that way and say UBI could be viewed as, you know, resources that everyone equally has access to, all transactions happening in the system. And so everyone gets a cut of the profits from those transactions. Right? Everyone's getting a piece of those transactions. Because think of it this way, there are 300 million people in America right now. So to do like imagine you have 300 million people in America. And if there's 300, I mean, there's more, but let's say there's 300 million people. And you get, okay, let's take it down a notch. Let's say there's a village. I'm going to use my 100 villagers example, like I did with employment and how employment is not a sustainable idea because you just end up with bullshit work, which is exactly what we have now. It's just bullshit jobs no one needs to actually be doing for society to function. Like, there's a lot of pencil pushing and stuff, and a lot of stuff. It's like, why does this job exist? What good does it exactly serve? You know? The function is just not functioning, you know? Anyway, so you have 100 people, right? You have a village of 100 people. And each of these people every day spends $1, right? Just in all of their cumulative transactions throughout the day. Just make it simple. They spend $1, right? To pay for food, to pay for housing, to go to the movies, whatever. All of their transactions in a day are worth $1, right? Each person. So that means your economy of this village has $100 worth in it, right? That's $100 in the economy. There's $100 worth of transactions happening every day, right? The money is circulating, $100 is circulating through that system every single day. That means in a month, you get 3,000 should be? Let's see. It'd be 700 a week, and then, yeah. Well, I just go for 30 for weeks, because that's 30 days in a month. So yeah, it's like $3,000, right, in a month that is generated. Now imagine, so you say, okay, well, there's $3,000 being generated. Cool. And everybody needs to spend $1 a day on their purchases. Then each person is contributing $30 to the economy. That means you split that back up and say, okay, if there's $3,000, and then you split that 100 ways, that's the dollar amount. So that's the idea, is to say everybody is contributing with this transaction. So every time one of these things happens, it's being grabbed, taxed, resent, and compiled to say, okay, now you've stacked all this together. Now at the beginning of the next month, you have your $3,000, right? You have the $3,000, and you're going to spread that out to the 100 people in the $30 format, right? So it's like, all right, you spent $30 last month, you're going to spend $30 again this month, and there you go. It's not as easy as all that. Like, there's other factors to economics, which just, ugh. But that's what it is you just do that. You know, you're done. It's simple. Like, that's how you can think of it. It's as if you live in a village of 100 people, and you just get cut a check for $30 because you live there. And you just spend that $30 in the local economy. But yeah, when it comes to culture and stuff, I am A-okay with everybody, like, having their own culture, right? We don't all have to follow that same thing. But when we go out in public, we do all have to kind of act the same, because we all live in the same country. We all have to have the same types of values, you know? Like, if you go to Italy, you're going to see people acting like Italians. Regardless of if they immigrate, they're not... Like, if I go to Japan, right, if I move to Japan, I would assimilate. I would I would be speaking their language. I would be, you know, eating their food. I would be wearing their fashion, you know? I mean, fashion's a little here or there. That's when you can express yourself, right? I don't care if a guy goes walking around in his country's native garb. Like, if... we see this all the time, actually. We see a lot of guys that they'll walk around in, like, turbans and whatever. Or, you know, I've seen a couple of guys. I've met a couple of Muslim guys that are really traditional, and they just wear... they'll just wear, like, the robes, like they do over in Saudi Arabia and stuff. they'll have like the robes that goes all the way down to their feet. They're wearing sandals, and then they have like the little bit of a collar on it. Maybe they're wearing a turban, maybe they're not. I don't know what the domination area. Maybe they're wearing some kind of headwear, but they'll be wearing that to like business meetings and shit. I'm like, yeah, that's cool. Express yourself with your fashion. Express yourself in your home, in your friend group, at specific events. So like, we don't expect when you're going down the road all the time, right? Why is it that nerds can accept this and say, okay, yeah, nerds, we're not gonna just do nerd stuff all the time. We'll wear our merch shirts to express that we are a nerd, and then when you go to a convention of nerds, then yeah, you should be a nerd. Like if you go to Comic-Con, you should know about comic characters. You should know about anime. You should know about these different things that comprise the convention. I would not go to a tractor convention if I did not want to talk about tractors. You know? Now we can work that conversation in some other way. Like, hey, the primary thing we're talking about here today is tractors. But you're free to add to the conversation and say, yeah, sure, you know, tractors, but also, ooh, that's risky. God. Carefully. Woohoo! The things I do for loot, I swear. What are we even doing? Oh yeah, we were trying to get stuff together to upgrade the pick. We did that. And now we gotta get the gems to upgrade the other stuff. Right? That's what we're doing. I get to babbling, man. I really do. I get to babbling and I just forget the fuck we're doing, man. Alright, we're gonna go back this way. We're supposed to be over here mining this the whole time. Okay, I don't even know how much I need. Okay, let's count this down. What do I need to upgrade the axe and that to whatever? Need 27 for that. 27 there, 27 here. No, this one, dipshit. Walk away, come back. There. Okay, so it is 27. And then we need 270 planks. We're gonna need planks for that. So we'll upgrade the axe first, obviously. So you need 27 there. So 27 times 4 is... Well, with this one, we also need the raw 4. So yeah, we'll just go between the pools right now. Worry about the armor in a second. That's always the last thing I want to worry about. 27 there. Okay, and 27 there. That's... 25, 25, fucking 20... Come on, 27, 27, 14 plus 40. 54. Right? Yes, that's like 54. So 54 of those blocks. We can make them 5 each. So we need, what, 54 times 5. 50 times 5 is... Well, 5 times 4 is 20. Then 50 times 5 is... Oh, my brain is stopping. 50 times 5, 250. So 270 on the ore. That might be enough. Stop it, you ass cheeks. Goddamn monkeys. But yeah, that's just what it is. You should be adapting to local culture, you know? To circle back to what we were talking about. You know? I have no problem adapting to, you know, the local culture. That doesn't mean you adopt all the bad habits of the local culture. You try to change the bad habits. That's what America's supposed to be. It's supposed to be like, change the bad habits into good habits, and then, you know, like, take all the best parts. America should be a la carte, right? We take all the best bits. We Frankenstein this country together. We just take all the best bits from all the people that contribute to our culture, and we leave behind all the crappy stuff. So, like, Latinos, for instance, right? There's this thing in their culture that's all about machismo, you know, so, like, be manly, right? That's toxic as fuck. Like, saying, like, oh, a guy can't do this, guy has to do this, or else he's not a man, or whatever. Like, that kind of thing, you know? Like, yeah, it's good to be, like, you know, handsome and suave and whatever. Like, that's fine. In any culture, you want to be, you know, an attractive gentleman, right? So, you want to be a gentleman if you can. But in Latin culture specifically, it's got this whole connotation of, if you're not manly enough, you're not good enough. It's like, what the fuck does that mean? You're gonna be manly to be good? What? Like, No. So machismo, that's a good example of something bad. But in Latin culture, they also have some pretty gorgeous architecture. They have, let's see, what else? They have food. They have tacos. People be loving, like, you know, carnitas, you know? I fucking love that shit. So that's one thing you could take from them. You could leave the machismo, but take the food, right? The South, actually, is a prime example of what we do with that. So in America, the American South, we have fantastic food, right? That's where you get from the West. Okay, if you go out west, that's where you get burgers, right? You know, because it's big beef country, so of course they eat a lot of burgers. That's where you get the iconic American cheeseburger from. The cheeseburger is a wholly American thing, but it comes from Germany, mind you. Is the idea of the burger was German because it was a steak in the Hamburg style, right? And then at one point, somebody just, as the story goes, something about like the World's Fair, you know, there's like a mythos around it of like, well, when did the first burger get made, whatever. The idea was like, you didn't have time to sit down and eat a knife and fork at the Chicago like World's Fair or whatever. It was too busy. So they like ran out of utensils or something. And it was something like that. Or it was like, it's one of those fuzzy kind of urban legend type of things with cheeseburgers. The point being is at some point, somebody said, hey, what if we just put the beef patty, what if we make the beef patty like smaller, but we put it between two pieces of bread, right? Because somebody, God, get out of the water. Ooh, freaked me out. Why is there no guardrail here? Handrails, people, handrails. Jesus, need some safety. Fire Star's pretty nice, but I don't want it. Yeah, still looking for good stuff. Oh shit, I could have. Yeah, I could have got rid of one of these sword ones. All right, whatever. It's fine. I don't really need Fire Star that badly. We make more planks though, and then we gotta go make more diamond things over here. But yeah, that's the American South is a prime example. So in the South, we have things like, you know, Southern cuisine, or soul food specifically. That's something from the South, and there's some people who, you know, claim like, oh yeah, it's soul food is like black food and all that. And like, yeah, it is. Okay, and like we like it too. Like, why do you think it was made all the time on plantation? Like, who do you think taught the slaves how to cook? They taught them how to make gumbo, fried chicken, you know, how to set out a picnic. That was who taught them, you know? And now it's become associated with, you know, like black lady cooking, right? For lack of a better word. Like, that's what it is. And the thing is, nobody in the South ever really gives a shit. It's like, we know what soul food is. We eat fried chicken and watermelon and all that. We don't give a fuck, right? Whatever. There's a reason the stereotype exists, right? Stereotypes, they don't just pop out of thin air, right? You know, there's some fucking insults that do, right? Like, you know, negative stereotypes tend to pop out of thin air. But neutral or even positive stereotypes, like the whole fried chicken watermelon thing. Yeah, not every black person's gonna be into that. Like, they're diverse, but there is a subset of them that enjoys that. Or like Kool-Aid is a thing, like grape Kool-Aid or whatever. That's something associated with black people. But at the same time, a lot of it's crossover with the fact that they're poor. So like, poor people eat certain things regardless in America of their, you know, race. You can have very similar things. Like the idea, this is one thing that's like negative stereotype that doesn't make sense in white people. Is the idea that white people don't know about spices. Like, that's a joke that goes around, that's been going around for years, right? Like, oh, white people can't cook, white people this, white people that. It's like, no, we know spices and stuff. The South knows spices. What you're referring to is a different demographic of... Okay, whoa. I should not have done that many. Now I'm out of rocks. That's alright, we can get rocks easy from Windrum if we need them. But that's... When people say that, they're not referring to... white people in general. What they're referring to are the suburban white people, the metropolitan white people, the white people that are just like, you know, egg salad and fucking, you know, soccer games and shit. Where I'm from, hell yeah, we put some spice on that shit. We got us a crawfish boil and all that. Hell yeah, we do that. You know? Like, absolutely yes, we do that. Are you fucking insane? Yeah, right, I season my shit. My mom has a different palate to me. Like, she doesn't like anything spicy. I'm like, alright, well... Sucks for you, you know? Like, yeah, she'll like a little salt and pepper, you know, obviously. A little seasoning. She doesn't forego seasoning entirely, but she's not into, you know, things that are... And I keep telling her, I'm like, hey, just try the chili sauce. It's not hot. It's just got a little spice to it. And it's like spicy ketchup. And she's like, no, I don't want to... Like, you're missing out. The chili sauce is so good. Chili sauce, by the way, if you're looking for something to dip your fries and stuff, forget regular ketchup. Like, ketchup's okay, but, like, if you want something with some real tang to it, then you get you some chili sauce. Alright, we'll do that later. I just want to get these upgraded on the first part. I gotta wait for it to finish making all the metal and such that we're gonna need for it. Okay, what are we trying to do over here? Right, the portal. No, not that one. Trying to do some over here. Right, we need the clay for this. We couldn't get it because we couldn't mine it. Right, now I remember. Okay. Fill this in, see what we got. Yeah, it's a good thing I actually made all that metal. We're going to need it for this section. Happy little accidents. Okay, now we gotta wait on the metal. So I'm making like 6,000 metal. So we'll get there eventually. It's just, yeah. Where's the place we need to go? There's a new place here. This guy, right? Yeah, this is the one. There's not like the terracotta warriors downstairs. That's just how I feel about it. Like with like food and race and stuff. It's like we got to get everybody on the same page with the hegemony of mankind. You know, we need that. We need one unified idea of what culture is. But you can keep your culture and be traditional about it. Your culture doesn't have to be obliterated, you know? You can have it as a historical element of your people and be like, yeah, this is fine. This is what we do, you know? Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things. Everybody just needs to hold hands and sing Kumbaya, you know? That's the one thing that kind of keeps me from going to Japan, actually. Japan needs to be less xenophobic, I will say. They need to be discerning, as with any country. You need to be discerning with your immigrants. You want to bring in people who are actually decent people. And aren't just going to, like, run over your population and everything. But again, this is where, like, cultures need to be sacrificed for the host country. Because if you're not... Yeah, like, if you're not from that country, you need to respect everything about that country. And you can suggest things change. Like, hey, this is completely unfair. Let's not do this anymore. Ah, I got you, dumbass. Goodbye, monkeys. Got the fire monkeys. Okay, we need a cube. Cube. Okay, there you go. Made it. Yeah, get off it. Ah. No, I don't want to. Okay. Ooh, game is really trying to get me killed with that. Okay, that's 2. Where's the other one? Maybe this way? Maybe it's further. No? Well, this is odd. But yeah, if Japan could be less xenophobic and, you know, fix their language, you know. But again, if I really want to move there, I'll learn the damn language. And that's only fair. I can't expect them to just adopt English in all of their things as, like, their second language. But again, this is why something like Esperanto would be pretty tight, because you wouldn't have to worry about, oh, I want to move to this country, but I'm unsure if I can learn their language enough to actually converse, you know? Like, alright, cool. And no, I'm not going to Japan. It's like, oh, I want to go to Japan because yeah, it's fantastic. Like, yeah, no, I know it has problems, but, you know, if there was a place I'd want to live, yeah, Japan would be in that list. You know, it kind of goes like, for me, Ireland, maybe Germany, and then Japan. Japan at the bottom, because, like, yeah, they have a good culture, but it'd be kind of hard to learn the language and stuff, and getting used to how the way they do things, you know. So I think Ireland and Germany have similar enough cultures to America that I'd be like, oh, okay, yeah, it's fine. I can learn the language. We can do this. Like Ireland, because they already speak English, but, you know, they also, some of them speak Gaelic too. There's like a whole counties over there that still just speak Gaelic. They don't even do English. Ugh. This thing is so touchy. Just go. Better sound like a, EDM. Oh, okay, I see. What? Oh, it only goes to certain... Okay, hold on. I let it go and it spun back around. Why is this so touchy? Why not just have me hit A and then, like, get in this? Just hold on to it. Ah, there we go. Wait for this to come back around. Oh, I don't rotate with it. That's weird. Why don't I rotate in the center? Ah, God. Not in the lava, not in the lava, not in the lava. Oh, did I fuck this up? No, I could not have fucked this up, right? Okay, go back. Go back! Okay, wait, is one side slightly longer than the other, or...? Okay, I can always go back. Oh, man, it doesn't work. Like, lift your fat foot, you stupid bastard! Okay, I guess maybe the other side is better. Maybe it's a little longer on this side, just marginally so. Nope, that's even worse. I feel like this is supposed to work, and it's just the geometry fucking me. I do not want to have to fall in love. Like, look at our skills, bro. If I lose any one of these, I'm gonna be mad about it. Okay, there we go. It was just stuck. Holy fuck, y'all need to work on your hitboxes on that. That one freaked me out. Oh, thank God, it doesn't make me go back through it. I can just leave. Okay. Whew. Anyway. Yeah, no, it's just... Yeah. My thoughts on culture and such. It's a little warm in here. Oh, shit. I was looking up to see if my fan was actually on or not. Okay. Now I got some more metal for this. Oh, Actually, speaking of Asians, I watched Jackie Chan's The Protector last night for the first time. Decent flick. It's actually the basis for McBain in The Simpsons, the parody, character that's all like it's like Arnold Schwarzenegger. No, it's like Arnold Schwarzenegger, but he's they call him McBain. So the director did the movie McBain, and he has this, like, I guess it must be a trope at this point that the partner gets killed. Because when I was watching The Protector, it starts with Jackie Chan's partner getting killed in a diner, the same way the Simpsons one did with the whole, like, 2 weeks from retirement type of thing, you know? Like, oh no. It's just so... Yeah, I just love that. I was like, oh, yo, wait, I've seen this one. It's a classic. Like, oh no. I know the parody, you know? Okay. Okay. Okay, so these guys are, like, invisible. Ow! Fuck, they're not invisible. I was just standing on the edge of the hitbox. Well, what the hell? What am I supposed to do? That's just silly. Okay, there must be another way I'm supposed to go here. Am I missing something? Okay, that's 100%. Did that. Okay, maybe back with the bear here? Maybe there's something I missed in the bears region. Oh wait, did I get a gold key? Because there's like that gold key I'm supposed to get. Yeah, no, 62% travel. Okay. Yeah, we haven't done this section all the way yet. Yeah, that's what it is. Right. This. Well, no, because it's with the gold key. But I don't have the gold key. Of course, I don't have a freaking map here. Well, it's saying the gold key's this way. Maybe I just didn't go far enough in here to get the gold key. Ah, okay, yeah. This is where it's supposed to be. Okay. Back on track. We are back on track. Goddamn raccoon. Shitty hitbox. But yeah, Protector's actually quite good. It's weirdly paced. Feels like it could have been longer. Like, it's so weird. Because you watch, there was also The Prisoner with Jackie Chan, which is, you know, another one of his movies. And, ooh, this is where we can get some, we don't have to go to Dragonora. We can just get our powder down here, our gunpowder. Nice. That'll be helpful. I hate traveling between planets if I don't need to. But yeah, in The Prisoner, it's actually a pretty long movie when you watch it. It's like, oh, okay, the pacing's like the whole thing about, you know, a corrupt cop and whatever. But the pacing, you're like, oh, damn, this is kind of long, you know? But then you watch The Protector, and it's like just a shorter movie, you know? Co-stars Danny Aiello, so you can almost think of it in the way of like Rush Hour. Sort of a proto-Rush Hour, in a way. Not as American, though. Not nearly as American. I did like Danny Aiello's character, because he's like this big built, like Boston street cop type of guy. And he's just built like a truck, right? And you would think he'd get physical with guys. He does throw a few punches. But his main thing is he just goes, like, there's a bit where they're, you know, fighting some guys in a sauna. And you know, Jackie, when he realizes the plot, he's like over here kick flips and all this shit that he usually does, the martial arts stuff. And of course, his partner, Garushi, I think is his name, whatever. But his partner, like the guy being played by Danny Aiello, he just says, "Oh, fuck all this." He runs down the hallway, like towels on. He runs down the hallway into the locker room where their stuff is. He goes and he opens his locker and gets a gun. There's like a bit on the boat later where the guys are like, "Well, Jackie's fighting him or whatever," and the other guy who knows martial arts is fighting him. And then, so when the fight kicks off, Danny Aiello just gets his gun out. He's just like, ah, he just puts it in the guy's face, and the dude's like, oh. It's like, yeah, because you know, the only thing stronger than a fist is a 45, you know? Like, you can train all you want, it ain't gonna stop a bullet. It's kind of the point. But, yeah, no, it just, that's just so funny, how it shows the realism of guns, and how, yes, gun beat Kung Fu Fist every time. Like, dudes just get shot up in the beginning of this, like, there's a lot of gunplay. That's why I say it's kind of like a proto-Rush Hour. It's a lot less, like, martial arts, you know, flippantry and shit. Because we're not quite there with Jackie Chan's movies yet. He hasn't quite achieved the whole environmental takedown thing that he usually does. But it's 1985, so he's really starting to develop that style. And, you know, it's about to pop off. But it's not quite there yet. We haven't hit Rumble in the Bronx just yet, you know. But, yeah. Yeah, no, good movie, though. Good movie. I think I might watch another one tonight before I go to bed. Something like that. We'll see. How are we doing? All right, about 3 hours, and we're almost done, because we're, you know, over halfway done with this planet. So, yep, we're almost there. Probably take another hour. Nice little 4-hour stream. Get everything wrapped up. Might not get to the costumes. I might just say fucking be done with that, because I just, ugh, you know. And just whack them with this. Oh, it's not a lot of this gunpowder, though. You can get a lot more way faster in the factory. Oh, there might be good deposits as I go. Don't gotta do it too far. But yeah, that's why you gotta take the martial arts out of the equation. Or you have to take the gun out of the martial arts equation, because if anybody has a gun, it just doesn't work. Like Last Samurai, you know, the movie's great until like they get to the part where the cavalry guns down all the samurai. It's like, yeah, guns beat horses and swords. Like we've known that since the advent of gunpowder. Like that's just duh. Okay, he tried to drop on my ass. You may eat it, moron. I got that, you. Okay. Obviously, we want to bring this somewhere. Where would he go, though? I have a statue. Great. What the fuck are you with the statue? There's not like a fork here that I'm missing that splits off somewhere. Okay, we have the statue. Must be the other end. Yeah. Got little Tanuki raccoons coming at me. Okay. So I got this raccoon dude. Follow to the gold key, maybe. That seemed to be the idea. Where in the fuck? Oh, no, I already got the gold key. Yeah, the gold key was in here. Whatever, we'll figure out raccoon dude in a minute. Probably just for something secret. Yeah, I already did everything. It's just for something secret. You're supposed to put him somewhere and then you get a star, I guess. Wait, why don't I check over here? There might be something over this way I wasn't aware of. Yeah. Nothing that way. What about the red key? Anything by the red key? No. There's probably somewhere you put them and it just opens up so you get a secret. Not gonna worry about it. It doesn't actually progress us any. We're good. Can always do that later if I feel like it. I want to get this done. Like I said, it's like just go to bed. I'm so tired. Still working off because I slept today, but I'm still feeling. Like I said, I don't take sleep pills that often. I'm just like, yeah, good enough. And yeah, where do you want to go with the gold key? Yeah, we got the gold key, which opened that, and then wait. We did this, which got us the gold key. Oh, no, this isn't where to get the gold key. Hold on, now I'm confused. What? Oh, there's a new door over there. Okay. There's like a door up here now. Okay, we're gonna pop out there. We're gonna build up to that. How do I? What? What am I missing? What is happening? Fucking hit him, Jesus. What am I missing? Okay, there's like some scrap this way. I gotta do. If it's up there. Okay, obviously you gotta go across these guys, but how? Okay, hold on, let me check them. That's there. Okay. Am I missing anything else? It's like the one zone I can be in right now. Yeah, I don't have the blue thing for the portal. Oh, no, I do have a blue thing for the portal. Okay, hold on. Let's go upgrade that then. Maybe that'll change something. Add to it. Yeah, that didn't do shit. Okay, cool. Done with the Fisher area. We didn't do that. Let's see, maybe something to do with the turtle. Yeah, okay, let's go visit the turtle. Should be this way, yeah? Turtle is straight to my right here, so we can go this way. Where am I trying to go? Right, the turtle back here. Hi, turtle. Can't seem to do much with the turtle. He's just chilling. I got the blue key out of here. I already did that. That's 98%. Can I walk on the turtle? I feel like he'd eat me. I don't understand. What am I missing? Oh, there's that thing in the middle. There's that spire thing. Yeah, we could do that too. Alright. Right, this thing. No, but we need the key. We need a key to get one of them. How the fuck do we... I'm gonna lose my fucking mind here. I mean, the way this game works is usually like one zone at a time where you go do some stuff, right? I've checked every zone. I've checked all the stuff. Like, here we did 100%. 97% there. But we got everything out of here, right? Yeah, we got the blue thing we wanted. Okay. Yeah, we already got all the stuff other than the star. We don't need the star, though. What am I missing? So yeah, bear zone is clear. What am I missing? Maybe I could, like, pick these up instead of hitting them. Hang on, let me change the settings for auto mining. No, it has nothing to do with that. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't get what the game's getting at here. Maybe we gotta lay these planks out. Maybe we can pick up the planks. Cannot pick up the planks. But I need to move across here. So I need statues there to stand on. What? There's gotta be something up with this door. The door's gotta... I mean, we probably build from there to the door, but how do we get to there first? There's, like, legit nowhere for me to go check out. I've already done this all. Okay, I'm gonna stop giving the devs the time of day because you can't put in a simple checklist of things. You want me to just wander around looking for shit, so... You can eat me. Not doing that. Let's see. My Little Universe, PC. Yeah, at what point am I in this story? Let's see here. Yeah, I got a video of it, so it's the full game. Okay, where is he now? Alright, he's in York Valley, which is what I did. Yeah, or Yokai Valley, rather. So he does Yokai Valley. Hold on, let me... Get out of Yokai Valley, Jesus. Have I been to this area that he's been to? Yeah, that should just lead up to the boss fight, right? Yeah, there's the Torii Gate. He gets the gold key. Does that. Yeah, I've been there. I've done this. Skip past this. Okay, whoa. What does he do with the statue, by the way? Because he's got the statue. Don't tell me he puts it on the throne. Yeah, no, he tried to put it on the throne, too. I'm like, yeah. Oh, there's a statue holder next to the gate. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. So if you want to do the statue thing, put it on the pedestal next to the travel gate to get into that dungeon. Okay. So then he's in the bear zone, comes out of the bear zone, goes back to base, adds in his thing. Oh, there's another zone. Oh no, the red key. I already opened the red key area, right? Yeah, so he's going into the zone I'm in right now, which is the one with the pots and the samurai. Where is he going? Right, he's doing the whole thing like I did, so he's just catching up to where I'm at right now. I'm skipping through until he starts doing something I haven't done. Okay, he's down there in the terracotta dungeon. Did that. Right, he connects back over there. Done that. Yeah, I've filled out all the stuff. I filled out all the platforms just like he did. Right. Did I build that? Yeah, okay, that's the thing I built. Right, cool. Oh, he went for a swim. Uh-oh, he gonna get eaten. Oh, it's a giant koi fish. That's cool. Okay, so he got eaten. That's not cool for him, but... They get trapped. Oh my god. Wow, zero indication of that. Thanks, game. You use the freaking guys. I've been killing them every time, because I'm like, oh, enemies, kill them, because that's what the game taught me to do. You're not supposed to kill them. You're supposed to bring them over to stand on the thing so it can explode. Watch. Ding. Oh my god, that's the dumbest shit. Like, I kind of got that it had something to do with them because they look like the statues, but come on, man. Like, who the fuck actually thinks of that? Here, come to this one. I just need this one. I just need this one. Thank you. Fuck you. Oh, man. His head's broken. Put his head back. So no head? There we go. Oh, what? I need another guy here. Hold on. Go find a dude. Hey, dude. That's right, dude. This way. Come on. I mean, it's clever. I'll give him that, but... kind of fucking annoying. There we go. Can I get away from that? Aha. Free clay. There you go. There you go. Now we're up here. Jesus. The fact I had to look that up, though, is really annoying. Yep. Headset fucking everything up again. Yep. Love it. Yeah, definitely gotta look into getting that fixed soon. Give me a different one. No, you can't just say, like, oh, yeah, this is the thing. Yeah, I'm about to say, there better be another way to go here. You can't just be like, oh, yeah, that was just the side thing. Fuck you, game. It's just a side... Okay, no, there's a boat. There's a boat. Okay. I need to stop freaking out so much. 10. I need slabs. I need to get 10 slabs from this dude. I already know I ain't got enough beans for 10. Because it's like 20 for that, so we need 200 to get 10 of them. There we go. Alright. Back to that place. Okay. That opens up. Oh, I guess that's gonna open a shortcut after, but I gotta do this first. Moving on. Oh, there's a whole lot of fire in this one. Lava and spewing fire at the walls and shit. Oh, there's a dragon. There's a tiny dragon. Don't tell PETA that I'm beating the shit out of small animals. They will have a conniption fit. Actually, do tell them. I love the idea of those people being mad. Animals are people too. No, they're not. If they were people, I would be able to have a conversation with a dog. Oof, man, I'm getting hungry. I need to go check on getting me some food here in a minute. Come on. Let's go. 350, of course. Come on, will you? Gem collector's not bad. Oh, sneaky, sneaky. They're hiding it from me. Okay, there you go. Yay! Now we need a statue. Okay. I'm loving the architecture down here, though. It's pretty cool. Okay. Don't step on that. That'd be bad. Whoa, hey! Oh, there's booby traps down here. Fucking Indiana Jones. Alright. Almost to the key. Oh, they're buttons. Okay. X, one. Okay, so maybe we form an X. Okay, some of these are correct. Well, there's only 3 of them that could be right, so. That was it? But that was supposed to indicate that. I guess just trial and error. It's not really a puzzle. It's not like for thinking. You just... Huh. This is the one area where fireproof would come in handy. Gotcha. Okay, once you step on one, you already activate it, so you don't have to worry about activating it again. Okay. So that is that. We're getting there. We're getting there, boys. Nearly done. There you go. Yeah, I mean, no. Here we go, back here. It's so close. Just one more. And then we got something else to go to. This way. Here we go. Start filling this in. Fill that in too. Ugh, God, there's never enough resources around, I swear. Okay. God, these guys will not go down. Definitely gotta max out my tools here in a second. Next time we get topside, we need some serious grind and make this go faster, because tools are not so, looking so great. But it's fine, it's good enough to finish up this planet. Okay. Come on. Get there, will you? There we are. Almost there. So very, very close. We need a gold key, which we don't have, so we're gonna go this way. Okay, what's the dealio here? Got some platforms coming up. Okay. Cool. Come on. Oh, you're so slow. I'm gonna wait for the next one anyway, so that's fine. Take 10. I love the way those fall apart. Really fun to watch. It's just so simple and yet so beautiful. It's just an elegant thing to look at. It just falls apart so gingerly. Just crumbles. Nice. Okay, we have Zeki. Gonna go in here and get this. The Emperor. Oh shit. Ow, 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 ow. What the fuck am I getting hit? What the fuck am I getting hit by? Charge up. Oh my god, the sleight of hand went away. Of course, of all the ones for me to lose, I lose sleight of hand on the... I lost sleight of hand on the fucking sword. Jesus Christ, whoever designed this level, I fucking... Oh my god, dude. Dude, that's aggravating. That's so aggravating. That's bad design right there. Oh, hey, the player's getting hit by something. Should we tell him what it is? No. We'll just have a room full of fire and shit, and what he's getting hit by is some shit in the walls that's, like, spewing fire at him, but it won't exactly look good, so he... How the fuck do I get around this? How did I get there? Hello? Let's turn around, yes? This way? Yes, this way. Okay, we got the blue thing. Now let's go this way. God, this game just keeps making it harder to play. It's fucking... Look at this shit. I can't even do combat now. I can't even do combat now because I don't have the sleight of hand. It's such a pain in the ass. It just makes the game harder the more shit you lose. It's like, who the fuck designed that? I'm getting to the point where, like, is there an option to disable that? No, there isn't. You can't even, like, turn that off. It's like, I just want to play casually. Nope. You die, you lose your gear. What the fuck, man? Unbelievable. Oh, this is fun. I have to run all the way back around because you can't just put a shortcut in there. What a dick move. God damn it. That's that stupid shit. Get shot from the little pedestals thing, you know? Whatever, we got it. Fuck off. Oh, it's a pain in the ass. 98%, yeah, I'll take it. Dog, I literally can't do this combat anymore. Yeah, it's so brutal. Okay, now we got the red key, which goes to the tower. And you're back to the tower, okay. We have got to be close to done with this planet. There's no fucking way there's more. How the hell is this... Okay. Alright, we got the key. Maybe the key will make it jump like 20%. Because there's no way we're still under 70%. Like, no fucking way, dude. Just not... No. I refuse to believe it. Oh, yeah. See, this is the thing. Is now, these guys are super fast. So now they're even more dangerous. Whatever. Okay, this finally opens. We go through here. Oh, Christ. So, well, it's a good thing I maxed out the pickaxe. We're going to need it here. Okay. Oh, my God. It's not even enough. What do you mean there isn't enough? Don't even give me enough for one. God, this game sucks. go. Oh my god, still need 22 more. Brutal. Actually fucking bullshit and brutal. I think I made those planks. I'll do wood for gold. Why the fuck would you be buying wood for gold? There's not, it's not even in here. Where the fuck are the trees in here? What are you talking about, bro? Okay, now I got this dungeon. Ridiculous. Just gotta keep on moving. There's a panda bear. He doesn't look happy to see me. I mean, I wouldn't be happy to see me either. Word of a fucking, you know, alien running around my planet tearing everything up. But we got fucked. I'm gonna check around for secrets. Well, this one seems pretty straightforward, at least. Nothing crazy. Ain't got time for you idiots. Go up. Jesus Christ. Okay, gotta wait for this one to come back around because these rock ones crumble. Depth perception on this level is particularly shit. Never quite sure what I'm looking at. Where am I trying to go? Down here? Up. Up! Jesus. Well, this is stupider than the last one where there's shit just coming out of the walls. Okay, go this way. Now go down. Now go down. No. I have to jump off and down onto that. This level sucks. It's all like time-based bullshit too. Like my freaking depth perception on this level is terrible. Like everything's so flat. It's all in the right timing and everything. Oh, come on! Instant death? I'm right fucking here! It takes area of effect away! I'm gonna leave a negative review of this game, by the way. No. You have fucked the player over, and you stick me here so I don't even get put back on it. Depth perception in this game sucks dick. Oh my god! Yeah, no, this game gets a whole point off just for the aggravation. Minimum. Like it's sitting at like 8 out of 10 territory right now. Like it's such a simple game. You think they would have, I don't know, made it not fucking frustrating. But where's the challenge? Fuck a challenge. I'm just chilling, bro. Astroneer is easier than this. And in that game, you could suffocate to death if you're not careful. Gosh, just some of the jank in the fucking depth perception. Oh my god, man. So now my mining is shittier. My fucking attack speed is shittier. Unreal. This is unfucking real. You want how much for this? 600. And all you get in this area is like 100 at a time. You may suck the fattest chode, I swear. And if my area of effect was bigger, I'd be able to grab more of that. Dude, I don't know what they thought when they probably like looked at this game and was like, yeah, but it needs to be tougher. Need to be tougher. Why? I don't know. Just make it tougher. Fucking zero explanation as to why there needs to be death in this game to begin with. You could just make it like, oh, you died. Haha, unfortunate. Like, not, hey, we're gonna make the game exponentially harder by taking away all of the good shit that you have, that you've been accumulating. Oh, you have a pretty good kit? Okay, die twice and lose your kit. What? Like, excuse me? If you die twice, you'll lose, like, the 2 parts of your kit that are really integral to your kit. Oh, yeah, I'm glad I did that. A whopping 40. Thank you. Thank you so much for that bullshit. Unbelievable. I'm going to mine over here just because, like, it needs 700 for the thing. There's not enough clouds over in that region. There. I'm gonna make sure we get it all. Oh, the turtle is flying. Because why wouldn't he be? Just makes sense, you know? Flying turtle. God, I better not run out of planks. Okay. Really? I'm gonna come up with another 600 again. My lord. Yeah, man. $870. Unbelievable. This is the type of shit that they put in where you'll be making good progress and then BAM! Pacing all the way down. Ugh, God, it's better be the last one, I swear. It's way too expensive to keep doing this. Okay, thank God. Are you fucking serious? I have to go all the way back upstairs to get 10 slabs and 5 copper ingots. Holy shit. I mean, it's right here, but still, like, it's the fucking... Actually, no, this isn't right here. This is a deeper dungeon that's a side thing. This is that side one that killed me. How far back do I have to go? Front door better be right here somewhere, I swear to God. Okay, I think it's like right here we came in. Yeah. Insanity. Okay, I need 5 coppers, and then... You know, so we'll just... Oh, cool, I can only make 2, because I never have enough of this crap. There. Make like 5 through that. And then we need the slabs from the farmer guy here. Okay, he wants 20, so we need 200 to get 10 of them. Of course, it's going to be even harder now that I don't have my range, like I normally have. Oh my god. There we go, 200. I'm just getting some extra for later. Still got upgrades to do, which is a gigantic pain in the ass. Okay, we get what we need. Yeah, because the guy doesn't take any time. You just buy him from him. So. Okay, fine. Moving on. Back in the tower. Ay, ay, ay. Leave me alone, fuckos. I don't care. There you go. There's your stupid thing. Oh my god, there's another thing inside of this. God, it's like a Matryoshka fucking Russian nesting doll. Oh, good. Oh, good for you. The only thing I can mine down here, and I need a level 36 axe. Well, I got a good chunk of them. Might just see me through. Might not have to mine anything at all. I could technically hit them with a pick if I need a couple. The pick is high tier enough. Need sandstone now, which is all the way topside. Check out how far we've run. I'm about to put the game down and be done with it. I'm about to just call it, and I'm about to give this game a 7. Because you cannot make it to where, oh, the players do it just fine, cool, hey, they're getting near the end of the game. Takes fucking 4 extra hours at the end because they make everything slow as shit for no reason. Look at this, I gotta run past all these guys just to get there. Then I have to go topside. I have to run all the way over here to get to the sand. That's assuming I don't even have any. So now you know what I have to do. I have to go mine a bunch of fucking sandstone. Here's this guy sells sandstone. I'll just get a no, because if I trade him, then I lose the shit I'm using downstairs. Okay, I need to upgrade my shit so I can get more of that. Okay, how's the thing looking for the axe? Can I get that? No, I need gunpowder, I need planks, I need copper. Are you fucking serious? Fuck you, game. So we needed, like, 15, I think, for that? I don't know. Just pick the fucking thing. I love that I'm max out pick. By the way, there are no other planets. This pick is as max as it could possibly get on this planet. Like, my brother in Christ, how can this be maxed out and yet not one-shotting what's on this planet? Yep, you know what that means? We're going back to Egyptium, because I can get just as much there, and I can do it way faster. 76%. We're getting there. Like, the last quarter of this planet sucks, though. It's so slow. Get like 1,000. While I'm at it, give me some wood. It's gonna take a minute, but I want to get 1,000 because I know this game's gonna fuck me and want more sandstone. So, well, this guy will trade regular stone for sandstone. Yeah, like 11 of them. Like, the vendors in this game are dog shit. Like, there's really no point to them whatsoever. They're just there. They don't actually help the player because their ratios are so fucking skewed. It's not even funny. Alright. Back to this. Getting tired. Okay. Need some food. I'm starting to feed. I'm gonna make all the damn slabs now. About 50 of them on do. Upgrade that, I'm gonna need 37, and to smelt it, it takes like, what, 15 or something? It takes 5 to smelt. So, 37 times 5. That's 150 plus 35 is 185 of these. I mean, which is not bad, but again, we have, like, no area of effect right now. So it's a pain in the ass. I gotta go to all these little groups to get 185. Excuse me. 185 of this. I'm at 43. I'm at 45. And I'm dead! Sleight of hand axe! Great fucking game design, you! Oh, you amateur motherfuckers, man. Unreal. Unfucking real, dude. Forget it. Forget it. I'm not even gonna upgrade anything. I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna take. Oh, sorry. We have to sit here and wait for the planks, right? Yeah, we have to wait for the planks. Hold on. Are we done? Are we done with my sandstone yet? Do I have it? Do I have it all? Is it finished? Yes. Okay, good. Because last time I needed to walk in there and I have that. This is getting stupid. It's getting stupid. I could just quit the game. I could just blue balls this entire playthrough and just stop right here. And just give this game like a 6 out of 10. If that's really what the devs want, is for me to run into the third act. Now, problems like, oh my god, it's like House of Da Vinci all over again, where like the third act dragged down the score. And the House of Da Vinci was still good. It was just the freaking score was just, yeah, no, that third act puzzles in Da Vinci were really bad. And then the third game, as soon as they finally fixed to where they were decent. I need 3 red keys. Oh my god, you suck ass. How much can I even get from these things when I hit? Enough. It won't go as fast as doing the act, but it will be sufficient. Just so I don't have to walk back upstairs and go get marble. That's if I run into that problem. I've still got like 4,000. And they're only 200 apiece, so maybe we'll fill all this in. Because we're only on the back of the turtle. It's not a whole world. Well, again? Why? This has to be the last level. The last 25% has to be just this level. It's too fucking complex to be anything else. There's no way, bro. I have to now go back upstairs to get another bit of sandstone. Oh my god. Okay. And again, reminder, my pickaxe is maxed the fuck out. It can't get better than what I'm currently using. So whatever my current harvesting rate is for sandstone, that's it. We're stuck. Fuck it. While I'm upstairs, I might as well mine some marble or something. See, you want marble for sandstone. Question is, how much marble can I get from mining? Because I have a maxed out pick. I mean, just might as well get the sandstone, though. Because to do the marble, we gotta do it over here. So the marble here is worth twice as much as what I was mining downstairs with the pick. But I mean, I only get like 200 sandstone if he takes all 4,000 of my marble, so that's not even a good exchange rate. Because you can't get the marble quickly, at least not in this area. Maybe I could go to Odysseum to get marble? But then I come here and I trade it, so it's like, not even worth it, because 200 for 4,000, that's... Even if I could stack that much on Odysseum, which I seriously doubt, I can go over here and just get the sandstone. Fucking crabs. I could grab some wood while I'm at it. Gonna need more planks anyway. Okay, we need... I don't even know how many goes into a plank. I think it's like 15 or 8. Whatever, the point being is... Well, I know there was enough to make like 49 last time. And I had like 800, so yeah. Yeah, sounds about right for 1,000, so... Thank God, sleight of hand sword back. I'm trying to get all the sandstone here because it's a little denser than we're on Egyptium. I mean, no, we're going back to Egyptium. It forces me to go to other planets to get resources, and that's really annoying. And shit, if we're gonna go back to Egyptium, let's just go back to fucking Odysseum, why not? We'll get just marble there, so it's like 200 sandstones for 4,000 marbles. Okay. How much marble can I be harvesting from this region? How quickly? Up one side and down the other. I mean, if nothing else, I can use this where I'm going. Let's see, so I got about 1,500 one that'll go there. That's not too bad. That'll help me later. I'm trying to think of anywhere that has, like, sandstone, though. Yeah, Egyptium is the only good source of sandstone, so we're gonna have to go there. Unreal. Get shitty harvest rates on everything in this game now, and I don't know why. See, it's like about the same as the other one. But... Hello? Huh. I'll be going to the bathroom, slamming doors for no reason. There we go. And there we go. Okay, where am I? Trying to do like a loop here, but fuck it. Do like 1,000. 1,000. There you go. Okay, you know what I'll do? Instead of going back right away, maybe I'll put this on the... No, I'm away from where I need to be. Never mind. I was gonna say, let me do the sandstone slabs here, but... Nah. Because that's back in the market. I already walked away from it. Besides, just go here and throw some planks and stuff in the town. We're gonna need planks. Oh boy, we're gonna need planks. Don't we always? I hate this game now. The game was very chill before. Now it's annoying the crap out of me. It's stressful for no reason. More planks for that. Okay. Throw these in here. I'll just remind you while I'm waiting. Try and get enough for the upgrade to the axe. I gotta upgrade the damn armor too, because I keep getting my ass handed to me. That thing is still making metal. Good lord. Chucking those in there, why not? Okay, done with that. Back into the temple until it runs us up against another gate that we can't build because you don't have this, you don't have that, you don't have that. Ah, fuck you. Stupid ass game. 27% already though, so we'll be wrapping this up here soon. Yeah, okay. Throw those in there. Ah! Demons! Yep, fucking demons, knew it. Always the goddamn demons. That's one key. Put these up here. Must be important. This one's 600. Some guy over this way. What's up, broski? Oh, make me a sword. Which I can only have if I give him a bunch of fucking stars. Yeah, I guess it's crafting the samurai cosmetic. Ah, shit. Now we know where the samurai skin's at. Okay, I need some kind of thing for that. Oh, wait, hold on. This thing. Or not? Okay, no, that was the thing I needed. Okay. Get that. We got one red key so far. I think the next red key is this way. Oh yeah, it's open on the side here. God, you mine that whole thing and you only get one. Ridiculous. Alright, but at least it's not a very big world, so we'll be able to get through this. Really? Now you want 3 of them? You greedy fuck. Okay, one more there. Damn it. Now 3 of them again. Oh my god. You suck. Okay. 3 more there. Okay, at least there's like 3 in this area now. I'll run between them so much. And I need even more sandstone. Luckily, I had some extra. Okay. I just need one more red key. There we are. Come on. Yeah, on now. Almost there. I'm not even gonna bother with grabbing any of these. This is the only area where 3 of them are actually close enough together. There we go. Finally, last key. This is taking way too damn long. Thank you. And now we go down into yet another dungeon. It's so fucking circular. It just goes round and round and round. Always something new. Let me guess, I won't be able to mine these for the puzzle I'm gonna need. Of course I won't, because I want to waste your time making you do upgrades on more fucking things. Well, I'll go as far as I can go, I guess. They have like 10,000. I'll have to go back up and eventually upgrade it, I guess. Well, no, because I have the upgraded pickaxe. I could theoretically get a couple out by doing the pickaxe. But this place doesn't seem to be very big anyway. Well, it can be deceiving. There's an island over there. I just don't want to have to leave and come back. That's the, like, not only leaving and come back, but, yeah, no, there's just a boss fight right here. We'll make it. Nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Could I please get a straight line? How the fuck do you need a secondary thing? It could just be a straight line. But no, now we got... Bro. You are intentionally trying to waste what reserves of flowers I have. Like, the game is actually trying to make sure the player can't walk in here with, like, 10,000 flowers and be ready. And then you give me a plank. You know why you give me planks right there? I don't want you getting pissed off having to go back to the other area to get planks. Alright. Oh, that's like a demon pocket. Okay, cool. Come on, slam down. There you go. Oh, good. There's a two-part to this. Ah, and there's two of them. That's helpful. Oh, there's three of them. Run, stupid. Stop mining. Holy crap, pain in the ass. I think that's only 3 of 4 that we have to get. That means there's another one we gotta worry about now. Oh, look at all the cute little white foxes around. That's adorable. Oh, no, wait, that's, yeah, I think that's the last 2 we need. Defeat the Kitsune deity and its avatars to free the turtle deity. Okay, we have freed the turtle deity. That sounds like we can go back upstairs. God. So the turtle's gonna be a bro now. Turtle is no longer corrupted. Sweet. Okay, this way, out of here, done with that, moving on. Fuck you, I'm out. I think we actually just finished it. Maybe. Let's see. Come on, one more. Make my gate. Come on. I have another one. It's in my inventory. I can fucking see it, right? Like, hello? Am I dumb? Is that not in my inventory? It's source core. There you go. Fucking touchy. It's standing in a box. I mean, how bad are you at designing a game where guy standing in box is what gets bugged out? Like, collision detection is the simplest thing you need to be doing in games. Can't figure out that out. Fuck, man. What have we been doing here? Okay, where are we traveling now? That's it. Complete the story. That's it. We did it. Holy shit, I didn't have to end up upgrading anything and wasting more time. Woo! Okay, so not I thought it was gonna be like 5 hours today, but honestly it would have been less than 4 if I didn't end up talking to my buddy about stuff. Yay! What the fuck are all you people? Oh, level design. Okay, it's like different dudes. Okay, so you did level design. Okay, head of studio, level design lead. Okay, so basically you two assholes are responsible for some of the gameplay decisions. He's the head of the studio and he's doing the game's design. So you're the asshole who makes it stressful when you die. You're the asshole since you're the lead level designer. You're the one responsible for all of the shitty fucking like designs and levels where whenever we didn't have a shortcut to anything. I mean, this is cute. This is great, but I can't appreciate it because, yeah. Audio guy. Yeah, actually, Rudolph, you did well with the audio. I ain't even gonna be mad about that. There's some appreciation for the boys. You can see all the different worlds and stuff. Like all those little bugs. Shark guy. Hi, Shark guy. And lead developer. I swear. What is this dude doing? Quality assurance and community support. You fucked up a little bit. I ran into some bugs and stuff. That was not great. Yeah, so QA guys, you kind of goofed a little bit. Fuck me. Okay. Gonna go in here. Yeah. The big red button. The release manager. I'm gonna push the big red button. What's it do? Just blow up the whole game? Oh, rocket. Rocket ship. Yeah, rocket ship. Okay. Switch. Switches. Whoosh. Okay, I got an award for that. Whoosh. Yay, the rocket's flying around. Look at that. I don't know why there's switches on the wall. What's up here, I wonder? Like more guys. A couple of advisors. Okay. I don't know what an advisor does, but sure. Have fun with that. Okay, I think we saw the whole thing down here, so... Yay! There's, I mean, we didn't 100% everything. There's still some skins and stuff to get, but... Not bad, not bad. We did the story. Yeah, it's a nice little game. Definitely get your money's worth. It takes a while to play, but this is a game I would suggest as like a second monitor type of game where you're on your second monitor, you got like just some stuff. You know, you get watching a movie or something. Yeah. God. Okay, done with that. Woo! 37 hours. Good lord. That took a minute to get through. Alright, let's go ahead and uninstall that. Hit the store page. Ooh. Alrighty, My Little Universe. Not too bad. Would definitely be more fun with friends. Like, we had like a couple of different guys upgrading shit and exploring and stuff. Definitely better that way. Let's see, they're selling for like 15. I think that's reasonable. I think it's definitely a $15 game. There's some grievances I have with the design, like the idea that there's no way to switch off your like death thing. Like that's annoying because you're trying to use the card system to build up for perks, and that's cool, but then you're losing those every time you die, so it's kind of screwing up your build, which is not really fair considering half the time I died in this game, it's like, oh, what the fuck is that? Or, you know, enemies just being really overpowered and hitting for more damage than I think was fair. But yeah, no, good. Good. Definitely play it. I give it like an 8 out of 10. It's pretty solid. Pretty nice. Yeah, I will be back at some point. Gotta figure out what days I'm gonna have off at this new job before I go planning out when I'm gonna stream. Yeah. I gotta stretch. Okay. Yeah. So we will be away from the games for a minute. We're gonna look at next time. Well, there's two reasons I'll bring this up. Is one, so we know what we're doing next time, and two, yeah. Shit. Anyway. Let's see. So next time we'll be handling StarCraft because I said I planned that and I planned it. So we'll look over it. We'll go through the seasons. Like, let's see. I think this is the full playlist of them. Oh, good. He's got all the combined ones. Nice. There's also a Halloween special. You know, every time Halloween came around, he made like a little StarCraft thing for it. So yeah, we're basically go through like 1 through 4, and then because 4 is kind of just a short episode. And so yeah, we'll do like 1 through 4 and then 5 through 7 as like 2 separate teams because this will be like 3 hours here, almost. Yeah, it's like 2.5 hours. Then me yapping, that'll be like a 3-hour stream, and then about 3 hours here is what, like. Well, hang on. This is 40 minutes. That's 30. Yeah, it's like an hour and a half, 2 hours there. So you know, we'll put Brood War in there to make that a full. Yeah, so we'll go seasons 1, 2, and 3, and then we'll do Brood War. We'll start us off with the next stream. So we'll do like one streaming session, whatever. That way both come out to like this is 2.5 hours. This is about 2.5 hours. Well, actually no, if this is in here, that would make it 2.5 hours. Ish. So somewhere around 2.5 hours, and this would be 40, 70. So that's an hour 10, hour 40. So that would be shorter. So we put that in here. That'd be like 2 hours there and like 2 hours there. Yeah, that would work. Nice little half and half streams. And then somewhere in there we'll look at the Halloween at some point. That'll probably be the second stream. We'll finish with that one because it's like the Halloween specials. It's only a couple minutes. But yeah, little 2-hour streams, and then during those streams I'll pause. I'll talk about it. You know, whatever. We'll yap as we do. But yeah, that'll be good. That'll be good. There's also Feral Historian, I believe is the guy. So yeah, Feral Historian. This guy is the guy I watched that video for about like Star Trek's economic setup and what's supposed to be doing. He does like great videos about science fiction and dystopia and stuff. It's great, and he relates it back to like actual historical precedents and stuff. Let's see, like Living Witness. That's a good one he just did. Where's the one about Star Trek? Not the New Frontier. Star Trek, like Star Trek Economics. No, not Star Trek Enterprise. He's done a couple of Star Trek ones, so it's hard to remember exactly what it was called. Where is it? Yeah, Star Trek Jobs, Money, and Replicators. So this is the one where he's talking about how to decentralize money and everything. So if you want a good look at some sci-fi stuff, if you're into that, Feral Historian, he puts together really awesome videos, and good editing and everything. Very fun guy, very low key. It's one of those very low key kind of commentators where it's just like him. He's crouching or sitting on a mountain, whatever, and he's just going over the thing. And another thing, oh, he's just adding like a little 5-minute addendum to Firefly. He's like, and one more thing. Like, I guess he felt the need to do that. Like, he thought of something later, was like, I really should have mentioned that. But yeah, this is the kind of stuff I'm into, like breaking stuff down and really examining it. So yeah, I'll probably be working in the background here and there while I'm at my new job. Already, they live paternalism and conquest. Ooh, so SG-1 conquest and paternalism. So it's like the reason he titles these like this is he mentions multiple things and he compares certain things. So like they live and SG-1. So that's like paternalism versus paternalism and conquest and how those things relate. Yeah. So cool. Cool. Make some pretty interesting thumbnails. They're pretty nice. Anywho, I'm gonna go have some food, and we are done with My Little Universe. I would say, yeah, no, like I said, 8 out of 10. It's a solid game. There are some glitches here or there. I ran into like 1 or 2 bugs. There was the overall design was good. It was just the thing that just pissed me off was at the end it just stretched out the timing of it to make it longer to play. And I'm like, why? What is this like the level design? And then on top of that, the what do you call it? The fucking the enemies. Like the combat was just kind of mid. It was like, okay, it's fine if the enemies are there. It's like a source of XP or gold or something. That's cool. It's just the idea of the enemies just like two-shotting me or mobbing me like they did at the end. I'm like, Jesus Christ, like just dying randomly. It's like, what the fuck? I thought I had upgrade armor. I guess I'll go fuck myself. Wait, what? Anyway, yeah, no, that's it for that. And then we'll get on to StarCraft next time, and we'll decide what we're doing after we finish up the StarCraft stuff. Like I said, I might stream tomorrow, because I'm working like 8 till 4 probably. I don't know exactly when I'll be done. Might be a shorter shift, might just be a training thing or something, I don't know. But probably going to be at 8 hours to just get a whole feel for the place. But yeah, if I get home at like 4... Nah, I think I'll just stream on my days off. We'll keep it to that. We'll keep it to like the 4-hour limit. If I'm really just trying to finish up one more thing, I'm not gonna like hard cut it at 4. If it's like, okay, 4 and 10 minutes, 4 and 15 minutes, just get one little thing done and then put a pin in it. Like, okay, that's fine. But yeah, I think 4 hours is a nice streaming time because it doesn't take up all of my day like I usually do. It gives me time to do other things. So, all right. That is it for the stream. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, then do the usual. Like, subscribe, check out my streams, and I will see you guys in the next video. Reaper the Rager, signing off.